If you stand here today on the Alamance battlefield, the only sounds you'll hear are the wind in the Carolina pines and the distant hum of a highway. It's a place. The monuments here tell a story of rebellion, of backcountry farmers who rose up against a corrupt government and were crushed for it. Most people think the story ends here in the blood and the smoke of May 1771. But they're wrong. The real war, the one that history forgot, was just beginning. Today, we're going to listen past the roar of the battle to the whispers that followed, the story of a war fought not by men with guns, but by women with nothing left to lose. Let's go back. Back before the battle, before the monuments. Picture a small cabin nestled in a clearing, carved from the deep, unforgiving woods of the North Carolina backcountry. The air hangs thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth. A man, his clothes stained with the infamous red clay of the Piedmont, works a stubborn plot of land, his axe ringing a steady rhythm against the silence of the forest. This isn't a life of riches. It's a life of pure, back-breaking self-reliance. Every crop pulled from the ground, every log shaped for the cabin wall is a victory. Inside, his wife moves in a constant practiced dance of survival. She is churning butter, mending clothes by the light of a tallow candle, tending to a pot of stew over the hearth, and keeping one eye on the children playing on the packed dirt floor. Her hands are rough, her days are long, but this life, this family, this small patch of earth, it is everything. It is a world they built themselves, beholden to no one but God and the seasons. But a shadow was stretching from the coast, a shadow cast by men in powdered wigs and silk coats. Governor William Tryon and his network of appointed officials saw these hardy folk not as subjects to be governed, but as a resource to be bled dry. A sheriff, smelling of perfume and entitlement, would ride into a clearing like this one, his horse trampling the family's kitchen garden. He wouldn't ask for a share of the crop. He demanded hard cash for taxes, a thing as rare as diamonds on a frontier that lived and breathed on trade and barter. Imagine the bitter injustice. A farmer, unable to produce the coins he simply doesn't have, is forced to watch as that same sheriff seizes the tools he needs to plant next year's corn, or the milk cow that keeps his children from starving. This wasn't law. It was extortion, plain and simple. Justice in the courts was a farce, sold to whichever man had the heaviest purse. So the men did what honest men do when the law becomes the criminal. They organized. They called themselves regulators because all they wanted was to regulate the government's greed, to demand an honest accounting for their taxes. They weren't traitors dreaming of a new flag. They were fathers and husbands trying to protect their homes. They petitioned, they protested, and they prayed for fairness. But in the halls of power, their pleas fell on deaf ears, and the stage was being set for a confrontation that would burn their world to the ground. In a quiet corner of the state archives, history feels like a physical thing. You can smell it in the dry, brittle paper. And here, under the low, humming lights, is a document that was supposed to be the final word on the Regulator Rebellion. It's a proclamation issued by Governor William Tryon in the days following his victory at Alamance. The script is elegant, the language is absolute. It lists the names of men now branded as outlaws, fugitives to be hunted down. For all others, it offers a pardon, but only if they come forward and swear a humiliating oath of allegiance to the very government that had been robbing them blind. On the surface, this paper is a victor's decree. It's the official story etched in ink. The rebellion is over, the king's authority is restored, order has returned to the backcountry. To most, this document is a period at the end of a sentence, a historical footnote. But it's not. If you read between the lines of this cold, legalistic text, you find something else entirely. You find a threat. This isn't just a pardon, it's a weapon. By demanding the men come out of hiding and swear an oath, Tryon was turning every cabin into a potential trap. He was leveraging the family, the bond between husband and wife, father and child. This piece of paper was a declaration that the war was no longer on the battlefield. The war was now moving to the hearth, to the kitchen, to the conversations whispered in the dead of night. It raises a terrifying question, one that this official document completely ignores. What happens to the women? What happens when their husbands are ghosts in the forest and the government is at their door, holding a piece of paper that promises either submission or ruin? The smoke from the Alamance battlefield had barely cleared when a new kind of army descended upon the backcountry. This wasn't the formal militia of Governor Tryon. These were smaller, crueler patrols sent to enforce the peace with the tip of a bayonet. They rode from farm to farm, the jingle of their bridles and the creak of saddle leather announcing a new, more intimate kind of terror. In the hand of every officer was a copy of the governor's proclamation, that promise of pardon twisted into a cudgel. Imagine a woman named Martha Bell standing in the doorway of her small cabin. Her husband Samuel fought with the regulators. He hasn't been seen since the battle. She hears the horses before she sees them, and her heart turns to a cold stone in her chest. A half-dozen militiamen ride into her yard, their faces slick with arrogance. The officer, a man whose uniform is far too clean for these dusty parts, dismounts and approaches her. He doesn't ask how she is. He doesn't offer condolences. He unrolls the proclamation. He reads the words, his voice dripping with condescending authority. He speaks of the king's mercy, of the offer of pardon for any man who presents himself and swears the oath. Then his eyes narrow. "Where is your husband, madam? This document says he has until the 10th of July to submit. If he does not, he is declared an outlaw and a traitor." Martha says nothing. Her face is a mask of stone. "His life is forfeit," the officer continues, "and so is this land, this property." When her silence stretches on, his thin patience snaps. This was the true purpose of their visit. It wasn't about finding the men, it was about breaking the women. He gestures to his soldiers. "Confiscate their provisions for the crown's use. The families of traitors do not eat." They move with practiced efficiency, overturning her barrel of flour, spearing the salted pork with a bayonet, and leading away her only milk cow. They leave her standing in the dust, with nothing but the mocking words of the proclamation hanging in the air and the hungry cries of her children inside the cabin. This scene was repeated over and over across the hollows and hills. The seeds of a new, desperate war were being sown, and the women of the backcountry were beginning to understand that surrender was not an option. History books can give you names and dates, but to find the heart of a story, you have to talk to the people who carry it in their blood. Down a winding gravel road, on a porch that has seen more than a century of summer storms, I found Elara Vance. She's a woman in her late 80s, with hands that speak of a life of hard work and eyes that hold the quiet, fierce pride of her ancestors. Her family has lived in these hills since before they were even part of the United States, and the stories they pass down aren't found in any official archive. As we sat in rocking chairs, the afternoon sun filtering through the leaves of a massive oak, I asked her about the women of the regulation. A slow smile touched her lips. She told me that the history books get it all wrong. They paint the women as passive victims, as weeping widows waiting to be saved or pardoned. That wasn't it at all, she said, her voice a low, steady hum. They weren't victims. They were soldiers in a different kind of war. They just didn't use muskets. She leaned forward, her gaze distant, as if she were looking back through time itself. She told me the story of her great-great-great-grandmother, Sarah, whose husband was one of the men with a price on his head. One day, a patrol of militia rode right up to her cabin, their officer demanding to know where her husband was hiding. Sarah knew he was less than 20 feet away, concealed in a cramped root cellar beneath the floorboards. One wrong word, one flicker of fear in her eyes, and they would all be lost. My grandmother always said, Elara told me, her voice dropping to a near whisper, that Sarah learned that day that a fool with a gun is still a fool. And the greatest trick a woman had was letting a man believe he was smarter than her. Sarah didn't cry or plead. She put on a look of weary defeat, told the officer her husband had fled west towards the mountains, and then, with a sigh, offered the patrol the last of her cornmeal and bacon. It was a calculated risk. It was an act of profound defiance disguised as one of total submission. That single moment, that quiet, terrifying decision, was the point of no return. It was the moment Sarah, and hundreds of women like her, stopped being survivors and became spies. Let's follow that story Alara told, back into the shadows of that cabin. Imagine the suffocating stillness. Sarah moves with a forced, unnatural quiet, hushing her children with a look, her ears straining for any sound from outside. Every creak of the floorboards above the root cellar must feel like a drumbeat to her husband, huddled in the damp darkness below. The air is thick with fear, a living thing that presses in on them from all sides. Then she hears it, the rhythmic thud of hoofbeats growing closer, the jingle of metal. They are here. The officer fills the doorway, blotting out the light, his polished boots a shocking intrusion on her simple dirt floor. He speaks his rehearsed lines about outlaws and oaths, his voice a tool of intimidation. Sarah feels the floor beneath her feet, the thin planks of wood that separate her world from annihilation. She sees the faces of her children, wide-eyed and silent. In that moment, something inside her shifts. The fear doesn't vanish, but it crystallizes into a cold, sharp-edged resolve. Weeping would be a weakness. Pleading would be an invitation for cruelty. And so, the performance begins. She looks up at the officer, not with defiance, but with a carefully crafted emptiness, the look of a woman whose spirit has already been broken. "He is gone, sir," she says, her voice just a little too quiet, a little too weary. Heard the news from Alamance and fled west, towards the mountains. She doesn't overplay it. She just offers the simple, believable lie of a terrified wife whose husband has abandoned her to face the consequences. The officer stares, his eyes searching her face for any hint of deception. The silence stretches for an eternity. The fate of her family hangs in that single silent moment. Then Sarah takes her gamble. She makes herself smaller, pulling her shawl tighter. "You and your men, you've ridden far," she says, gesturing towards the hearth. "I've not much to offer, but there's a bit of bacon and some cornmeal. It would be a poor welcome to leave you hungry." It was a masterstroke, an act of submission so profound it was almost insulting, and yet they fell for it. They ate her food, their loud, boorish laughter filling the tiny cabin, while her husband listened to every word from his tomb of earth and roots. They believed they had won. They believed they had cowed another backcountry family into submission. But as they rode away, bellies full and egos satisfied, they had no idea what they had truly done. They had not created a victim. They had forged a weapon. When the sound of their horses faded, Sarah secured the door, lifted the floorboard, and helped her husband back into the world of the living. No words needed to be said. The old life was over. The rules of survival had changed, and she had just written the first page of a new book. You have to leave the manicured battlefield parks and the paved roads behind to find the real evidence of this war. Out here, where the woods have tried to reclaim what they lost, you can still find the scars if you know where to look. All that's left of what was once a thriving homestead is this, a single, stubborn chimney stack, built from fieldstone and red clay mortar. It stands like a tombstone for a family, a monument to a life that was deliberately dismantled. 250 years ago, this wasn't a ruin. It was a home. It was the center of a woman's world. But the most important evidence here isn't the stone and mortar. It's the land itself. Look just beyond the chimney, down at that steep creek bank, the one tangled with ancient roots and overgrown with wild honeysuckle. That soft earth was the last line of defense. That's where they dug the hideouts, the regulator caves as they came to be called, damp, dark holes in the earth where a man could lie motionless for days, breathing through a hollow reed while a patrol searched the cabin just yards away. This quiet, forgotten patch of ground. This was the real battlefield. not Alamance. Here, every day was a potential climax, every footstep a possible discovery. Imagine a woman, right where Im's standing, pretending to gather herbs, her eyes never straying far from that creek bank. She's listening, not just for the sound of soldiers, but for the carefully disguised bird call that was the signal from her husband that it was safe, or that he was starving. This chimney wasn't just for warmth, it was a watchtower. And that creek wasn't just for water, it was an arsenal and a sanctuary. The whole landscape was a weapon, and the women learned to wield it with a skill born of pure desperation. The raid came on a moonless night, with the threat of a storm in the air. This time, there was no pretense of law, no proclamation unrolled. It was a visit of pure, calculated vengeance. A patrol, frustrated and empty-handed after days of chasing shadows in the woods, had decided to make an example of the Bell homestead. From his hiding spot in the cold earth by the creek, Samuel heard the horses approach, not with a steady trot, but with a hard, angry gallop. His blood ran cold. He could do nothing but listen to the sounds of his world being torn apart. The night was shattered by the splintering of wood. The heavy oak door, which had stood as a symbol of his family's security, was breached. From the cave, the sounds were muffled but terrifyingly clear. The crash of pottery, the heavy scrape and thud of their table being overturned. He could imagine the scene, the precious sacks of grain ripped open, their contents dusting the floorboards like a bitter snow. The sound of his wife, Sarah, speaking in a low, steady voice, followed by the officer's sharp, barking questions. Inside the cabin, the firelight cast huge, monstrous shadows on the walls. The soldiers moved with a brutal efficiency, not searching for anything, but simply destroying. A bayonet was used to puncture the water barrel, sending a flood across the floor. The family's few pewter dishes were swept from the mantel and clattered into the hearth. The officer stood over Sarah, his face a mask of fury in the flickering light. He knew she was lying. He knew her husband was near, and he was punishing her for her silent defiance, for her unbreakable will. Samuel, in his earthy tomb, heard the whimpers of his children. Each small cry was a torment, a physical blow he was powerless to stop. He pressed his face into the damp soil, his mind a maelstrom of rage and despair. Every instinct screamed at him to burst from his hiding place, to fight, to die protecting them. But he knew that was the trap. His discovery would mean the gallows for him and complete ruin for his family. And so he endured the unendurable, listening to the destruction of his home, his helplessness a heavier weight than the earth above him. The terror ended as abruptly as it began. With a final chilling threat to return, the patrol mounted up and rode off into the darkness. A heavy silence fell, broken only by the sound of the rising wind and a child's quiet sobbing. When Samuel finally emerged, he found a scene of deliberate devastation. The cabin, their sanctuary, had been violated, its contents strewn and broken. But in the middle of the wreckage stood Sarah. She wasn't crying. Her face, illuminated by the dying embers of the fire, was not one of defeat. It was a face of cold, hard, unforgiving resolve. They had wanted to break her spirit. Instead, they had tempered it into steel. After the raids, after the terror, came the paperwork. And in its own way, it was just as brutal. This is a copy of a county court record from late 1771. It's an information, a formal accusation filed with a magistrate by a neighbor, likely one who had sided with the governor or had been coerced into cooperating. It's filled with the dry, dispassionate language of the law, but what it describes is the very heart of the women's resistance. It says here, the informant states that Martha Ryde, wife of the outlaw James Ryde, did on 3 separate occasions leave parcels of foodstuffs, to wit, corn pone and salted meat, in the hollow of the old sycamore tree by the creek. To the court, this was a crime, providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. But what was it really? It was a wife, likely risking a whipping or worse, trying to keep her husband from starving to death in the woods. The law had turned a simple act of love into an act of treason. Here's another line concerning a different woman. It accuses her of sending false reports with the intent to mislead a patrol of the king's militia. We know what that means. That was the warning network. That was a woman telling her sister down the road that a patrol was headed her way, using coded language and sending a child as a messenger. The official record calls it sedition. They called it survival. This is how they did it. They used the sterile, emotionless language of the law to criminalize every single tool the women had. Loyalty to a husband became harboring a fugitive. A warning to a neighbor became hindering an investigation. They stripped the humanity from these women's actions, reducing them to a list of offenses on a piece of parchment. And these documents weren't just records, they were weapons. They were the legal justification needed to take the next step, to move from random terror to systematic persecution. They were the prelude to arrests and trials where the women themselves would be forced to stand before the very system that had declared their families forfeit. The law, when it finally came for Martha Reed, did not arrive with a roar. It came in the form of two men, a local sheriff and the neighbor who had informed on her, standing at her cabin door in the gray light of dawn. There was no struggle. There was no chase through the mountains, just the cold, quiet reading of the charge, the words from that official document, now a spoken sentence upon her life. The charge was providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. The reality was that she had left a piece of bread for her husband in the hollow of a tree. Her children watched, silent and terrified, as she was led away from the only home she had ever known. The journey to the county seat was a grim parade designed for maximum humiliation. She walked, her hands bound loosely in front of her, while the sheriff rode his horse. Faces peered from behind cabin doors and through gaps in the trees, but no one spoke a word. Fear was a gag in the throat of the entire community. To offer a kind word to Martha was to risk being the next one accused. The trial was a mockery of justice, held not in a grand hall, but in a stuffy, crowded room above a tavern. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and spilled ale. The magistrate, a portly man with a face flushed from drink and self-importance, was the same clerk the regulators had protested for his exorbitant fees. He was both judge and jury. There was no one to speak for Martha. Her accuser, a man whose land bordered hers and who stood to gain from her ruin, recited his story with a nervous, practiced air. The magistrate read the charge from the official paper, his voice droning on. He then turned his gaze upon Martha. "What say you to this, woman?" he asked, his tone laced with contempt. Martha Reed stood before them, a small, solitary island of silence in a sea of hostile words. She did not weep. She did not beg. She simply met his gaze and said nothing. Her silence was her last refuge, her final act of defiance. To deny the charge was to lie. To admit it was to condemn herself and her husband. And so she stood, mute, and let them judge her. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. The magistrate cleared his throat, enjoying the small moment of absolute power. He found her guilty. But he didn't sentence her to the gallows. That would create a martyr. He chose a colder, more practical punishment, one designed to send a clear message. She was to be placed in the public stocks for 2 days, to be shamed and scorned. And, as per the governor's proclamation, her land, her cabin, her livestock, every last thing she owned, was declared forfeit to the crown. The dry words on the paper had become a living reality, and the law had just officially erased her life's work with the stroke of a pen. To find the final chapter of their lives, you have to come here, to this old churchyard, sinking slowly back into the earth. The names and dates on many of these fieldstone markers have been scrubbed away by 2 centuries of wind and rain. They are a congregation of ghosts, their stories lost to all but the roots of the ancient oaks that stand guard over them. It took me a long time, but I finally found her. Right here. This small, tilted stone, half swallowed by moss. The carving is simple, done by a hand that was likely more familiar with an axe than a chisel. It just says, "Martha Ryde, beloved wife and mother." That's it. No mention of her defiance, no record of her trial, no hint of the home and the life that was stolen from her. The stone is a testament to her endurance, but it is silent on the subject of her courage. It tells you how she died, but not how she lived. And then, the final bitter irony of this place. You only have to walk about 20 paces over towards the main path to find this one. It's a larger stone made of imported slate, the inscription still sharp and clear. It belongs to the magistrate who signed the order, the man who declared her life forfeit. His epitaph speaks of his civic virtue and his loyal service to the colony. In life, he was a man of power, and she was a woman with none. He held her fate in his ink-stained hands. And now, they lie in the same Carolina clay, enemies in a forgotten war, neighbors for all eternity. It makes you wonder, what happened after the ink on that court order was dry? How did their stories truly end? When Martha Ryde was released from the stocks, bruised and humiliated, she was a woman with nothing. The law had taken her home, her land, and her name. But the law did not control the hearts of her neighbors. In the days that followed, the community's silent support became her lifeline. No one could be seen helping the wife of an outlaw, but a sack of potatoes would be left on the doorstep of the cousin who took her in. A freshly dressed deer, the work of a nighttime hunter, would be found hanging in a nearby tree. The shadow network that had once smuggled lead and gunpowder now smuggled charity and hope. Her husband James saw her one last time. A whispered meeting in a dark patch of woods, a final, heartbreaking farewell. He was a ghost in his own life, and to stay was to risk the gallows for himself and further persecution for his family. Like so many other broken regulator men, he turned his face towards the setting sun and walked west, over the great wall of the Appalachians, to carve a new life from the raw wilderness of the frontier. The promise, a desperate prayer whispered into the night, was that one day he would send for them. In the short term, it seemed that injustice had won. The magistrate continued his reign of petty tyranny, his pockets lined with the fines and fees he levied against the powerless. The neighbor who informed on Martha worked the land that was once hers, though it was said he never had a single prosperous harvest from that bitter soil. They were on the winning side of a conquered rebellion, secure in the favor of a distant king and his governor. But they had misjudged the people they lived among. They mistook silence for submission. The resentment from Alamance didn't disappear. It went underground, a simmering coal bed waiting for a wind to fan it into a flame. And in just a few short years, that wind began to blow from places like Boston and Philadelphia. The whispers against corrupt local officials became open shouts against the king himself. When the war for independence finally erupted, it was a firestorm in the Carolina backcountry. The old battle lines were drawn anew. The men who had been called traitors in 1771 were now hailed as the first patriots. And men like the magistrate, who had built their careers on loyalty to the crown, were now branded as Tories. His power evaporated overnight. He lived his final years in fear, a reviled figure in the very community he once ruled. The neighbor who took Martha's land found himself an outcast, his betrayal never forgotten nor forgiven. The story ends not with a single dramatic act of revenge, but with the slow, grinding justice of a community's memory. Martha Ryde never got her land back, but she lived long enough to see the world turn right side up again and to be remembered not as a criminal, but as a hero. You would think that after 2.5 centuries, a story like this would settle into a single, agreed-upon truth. But it hasn't. Not here. The Battle of Alamance may be a footnote in the national history books, but in these quiet counties, the divisions it created still cast a long, faint shadow. The story of the regulation is not one story. It is two, and which one you hear depends entirely on which family's porch you happen to be sitting on. If you talk to the descendants of the regulator families, people like Elara Vance, you hear the story we've been piecing together. It's a foundational epic, a tale of righteous fury against tyranny. They'll tell you with a burning pride that their ancestors weren't just farmers. They were the first American revolutionaries, the ones who bled for liberty 5 years before the shot heard round the world. To them, Martha Ryde is a saint of the resistance, a symbol of quiet, unbreakable strength. The women of the Shadow Network are the unsung heroines of a guerrilla war for freedom. But if you find your way to the descendants of the families who sided with the crown, the story inverts itself completely. It's not a tale they tell loudly, but in hushed, careful tones, they will paint a very different picture. In their history, the regulators were not heroes. They were a dangerous, lawless mob. They were tax evaders and anarchists who threatened to drag the entire colony into chaos with their violence and their refusal to respect authority. From their perspective, Governor Tryon and the magistrates weren't villains. They were the forces of law and order, bravely trying to hold civilization together on a wild frontier. The informant who turned in Martha Ryde wasn't a traitor. He was a good citizen doing his civic duty. And Martha herself? She wasn't a hero. She was a criminal, knowingly aiding a fugitive and participating in a conspiracy against the legitimate government. Her punishment wasn't an injustice, it was the necessary consequence of her actions. These two versions of the past cannot coexist, yet they do, living side by side in the collective memory of this place. It proves that the deepest wounds aren't left on the battlefield, but in the stories we choose to tell our children. Facts are brittle things. They can be burned in a courthouse fire or buried under a faded tombstone. But stories in these mountains are different. They're like river stones, tumbled and worn by generations of telling until all the sharp, inconvenient edges are smooth, and what's left is a piece of pure, powerful myth. And the story of the regulator women, in time, became one of the most enduring legends of all. The court records called them criminals, but the people called them the Alamance witches. The soldiers, most of them outsiders who thought the backcountry was a savage wilderness, started whispering. They couldn't understand how these women survived, how they always seemed one step ahead. It couldn't just be cleverness, it had to be something more. A woman's knowledge of herbal remedies, passed down from her grandmother, became the power to brew curses into a soldier's drinking water. A secret signal, a quilt hung on a line in a certain way, became a form of strange, silent witchcraft. The women's ability to navigate the dark, tangled forests became proof that they could call upon the spirits of the land to lead patrols astray into swamps and briar patches. The women knew what the soldiers were saying, and they let the rumors grow. Fear was a shield, and they wore it like a cloak. And the legends didn't just protect the heroes, they punished the villains. The story of the neighbor who informed on Martha Ryde is still told as a cautionary tale. They say the land he took from her, stained by his betrayal, never prospered. His crops failed, his cattle sickened, and he died a bitter, impoverished man. It wasn't bad luck. It was the land itself, loyal to its rightful owner, taking its revenge. This is how a community holds on to its soul when everything else is taken. They couldn't win on the battlefield or in a courtroom, but around the hearth, in the stories told to wide-eyed children, they could win the narrative. The history books were written by the victors, but the folklore belonged to the women. And so, we find ourselves back where we began, on the quiet fields of Alamance. But the silence feels different now, doesn't it? It's no longer an empty quiet. If you listen closely, you can hear past the roar of the battle that day in May. You can hear the whispers from the woods, the creak of a cabin door, the low, steady voice of a woman lying to a man with a gun to save her family. The monuments here commemorate a single day of thunder, but we've learned that the thunder was just the beginning. We have walked a long way from this field. We've stood beside the lonely chimney stacks that mark the graves of forgotten homes, and we've held the cold, angry words of the law in our hands. We've seen that the real war wasn't fought here with cannons and muskets. It was fought in 1,000 small, desperate moments in occupied kitchens and dark root cellars by women whose names were never meant to be remembered. So the next time you pass a forgotten country graveyard or see a patch of daffodils blooming in the middle of the woods where a house once stood, stop for a moment. Remember that these aren't just empty places. They are libraries filled with stories of courage that were never written down. They are monuments to the wars that are fought in the long, hard years after the soldiers have gone home. The battle is over. The soldiers are dust. The cause they fought for has been won and lost and won again 12 times over. But the story of the women who refused to break that story remains. In the mountains of Harlan County, Kentucky, there came a time when the law was not your friend. It was a hired gun, a time when a union card was a death warrant, and children learned to sleep on the floor to dodge the bullets fired through their bedroom walls in the dead of night. The outside world called it a labor dispute, but for the people living it, it was a war. A war so brutal that its anthem was not just a song, but a desperate question. Which side are you on? Today, we descend into the darkness of bloody Harlan to tell the story of the decade-long battle that forced every man, woman, and child to choose. To understand the war, you first have to understand the world that was lost, and the men who were pushed until they had nothing left to lose. Before the bullets flew, there was the quiet desperation of the company town. Imagine a world sealed off by ancient mountains, a place where the coal company wasn't just your employer, it was your landlord, your grocer, your government, and your God. You lived in a company house, a flimsy shack perched on a hillside, often without running water, that could be taken from you at a moment's notice. Your children were born with company doctors, and you bought their food at the company store. But you didn't use real money. You used scrip, a private currency that was worthless anywhere else, and the prices were always inflated. This was a system designed for debt, a set of invisible chains that tethered you and your family to the mine. Every day you went deeper into the hole, both literally and financially. Your life, from cradle to grave, was mortgaged to King Coal, and the work itself was a daily descent into hell. Deep beneath the beautiful green hills, men crawled on their bellies in the dark, breathing in the fine black dust that would one day choke the life from their lungs. They gambled every shift against the black damp, a pocket of unbreathable gas that could suffocate you in an instant, or the ever-present threat of a roof collapse that could bury you alive. For clawing the wealth of the nation from the earth's guts, they were paid pennies. These weren't just workers. They were fathers, husbands, and sons. They were proud mountain folk whose families had lived on this land for generations. Their dreams were simple: a small plot of land to call their own, shoes for their children, and the dignity of a fair day's pay for a deadly day's work. They were men who understood hardship, who accepted the risks of the mine as a fact of life. They were patient, they were resilient, and they were quiet. But then the Great Depression hit, and the coal operators in Harlan, in a final act of desperation and greed, slashed the miners' wages to a level that was no longer survivable. It was the final turn of the screw on a people already pressed to their limits. This wasn't just an insult, it was a death sentence delivered by starvation. And in that moment, the quiet patience that had defined these men for generations began to curdle into a cold, hard rage. The mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the spark that would ignite the powder keg. By the spring of 1931, the whispers had turned into a low growl that echoed through the hollows. The United Mine Workers had arrived, and with them, a flicker of hope that terrified the coal operators. For every man who signed a union card, a family was thrown out of their home. For every secret meeting, a Union man was beaten on a dark road. The law, in the form of Sheriff J.H. Blair and his army of deputized thugs, was no longer a shield for the people. It was a hammer for the companies. The crime scene wasn't a single place. The entire county was becoming one, primed for an explosion. That explosion came on May the 5th in a narrow pass near the town of Evarts. The scene itself was deceptively peaceful. A dusty road winding between two steep, wooded hillsides, a natural choke point. On any other day, it was a place of quiet Appalachian beauty. But on this day, the trees weren't just trees, they were hiding places. The silence wasn't peace, it was the tense, held breath before a storm. On those hillsides, miners lay waiting, their squirrel rifles and old shotguns clutched in their hands. They were men who had been hunted, and now they had become the hunters. When the shooting finally stopped, a new kind of silence fell over the pass, a heavy, ringing silence punctuated by the groans of the wounded. The scene left for the authorities was one of utter chaos. 3 company cars, riddled with bullet holes, sat stalled on the road. The dust was littered with a confusing mix of shell casings, the heavy brass of the deputies' machine guns, and the simple spent shells from the miners' hunting rifles. Blood stained the dirt road, a testament to the ferocity of the 15-minute battle. The immediate evidence told a terrifying story, but offered no easy answers. 3 deputies and 1 miner were dead. The official report would call it a cold-blooded ambush, an act of insurrection by lawless miners. But the miners would whisper a different tale, one of self-defense, of a motorcade of gun thugs on their way to shoot up another picket line, of a people who finally decided to shoot back. The tracks leading away from the road vanished into the dense woods, swallowed by a wilderness that knew how to keep its secrets. The Battle of Evarts left behind more than bodies and brass. It left behind a bone-chilling question that hung in the smoke-filled air. This wasn't a simple murder. This was an organized, armed uprising. Who had planned it? Who gave the order to fire? The scene spoke of desperation and rage, but the wilderness offered no confessions. It only confirmed a terrible new reality. The war in Harlan County had gone hot, and the mountains themselves had become the first and most mysterious witness to the bloodshed. In the chaotic hours after the Battle of Evarts, as the bodies of the deputies were carried out of the pass, Sheriff J.H. Blair didn't need a detective to find his prime suspects. He already had his culprits. For months, a clear and public enemy had been challenging his authority and the absolute power of the coal operators. The finger of blame pointed squarely, and without a moment's hesitation, at the organizers of the United Mine Workers of America. These were the men who had come into his county preaching a gospel of discontent. They were, in the eyes of the establishment, outside agitators with foreign ideas about collective bargaining and workers' rights. They held secret meetings in darkened schoolhouses and on remote hillsides, whispering promises of a better life into the ears of desperate men. They were the ones who had lit the fuse of rebellion, and in the minds of the company men, the explosion at Evarts was the inevitable result. Their motive seemed undeniable. For weeks, Blair's deputies had been systematically breaking the strike, beating organizers and evicting families with brutal efficiency. The union was losing. The ambush at Evarts wasn't just a random act of violence, it was a calculated message, a bloody declaration that the UMWA would not be crushed without a fight. It was a violent attempt to seize control of the county and to terrorize the law-abiding citizens and workers who had refused to join their cause. This wasn't a mystery. It was an open war, and the Union had just fired its deadliest shot. The evidence, as far as the law in Harlan was concerned, was self-evident. Every man on that hillside was either a Union member or a sympathizer. The Union had been advocating for resistance, and now resistance had turned deadly. Whispers immediately became official reports. Names of known Union leaders and the most outspoken miners were put on arrest warrants. The narrative was simple and powerful. The Union came, and then there was violence. Therefore, the Union was to blame. For Sheriff Blair, the case was already open and shut, and the manhunt for the Union men began immediately. But while Sheriff Blair's fury was aimed squarely at the Union men on the hills, a colder, more complicated suspicion began to take root behind the closed doors of the Coal Operators Association. The ambush at Evarts had been too perfect, too precise. The miners were desperate, yes, but this level of coordination suggested something more than just spontaneous rage. It suggested information. It suggested a leak, and a leak could only come from the inside. Suspicion, like a mountain mist, began to curl around the figures who stood between the two warring camps, the mine foreman and the company guards who had been deputized by Blair. These were men who came from mining families themselves, who spoke the same language and understood the grievances of the men in the pits, yet they drew their paychecks directly from the operators. They were trusted by both sides, and therefore trusted by neither. Could one of these men, a man who walked the line between loyalty and blood, have been the true architect of the massacre? The motive wouldn't have been a simple cry for workers' rights. It would have been something far more personal and venomous. Imagine a foreman whose father had been killed in a roof collapse years earlier, a death ruled an accident, but always whispered to have been caused by company negligence. He had risen through the ranks, his loyalty a perfect mask for a patient, simmering hatred. For a man like that, the Union wasn't a cause, it was a weapon. Looking back, the signs were there. One particular foreman, known for his harsh discipline, had been conspicuously absent from the convoy that day, claiming a sudden illness. In the aftermath, his grief seemed hollow, his questions to the other deputies sharp, not with sorrow, but with the careful precision of a man confirming the details of a plan gone right. He knew the convoy's route, their departure time, and their numbers. A single, anonymous tip to a Union contact was all it would have taken to turn that dusty road into a killing field, sacrificing a few of Blair's thugs to ignite a war that could burn his true enemies to the ground. The thought was chilling, that the Battle of Evarts wasn't an act of rebellion, but a calculated act of revenge, orchestrated by a traitor who wore the company's own badge. But there was a third shadow that fell across the mountains, one that terrified the Union and the operators alike. This wasn't a local feud. The Great Depression had set the entire nation on edge, and whispers of revolution were drifting out of the cities and into the forgotten hollows of Appalachia. This third suspect wasn't a man, but an idea, a radical, violent ideology that saw the struggle in Harlan not as a labor dispute, but as the first battleground in a new American Civil War. Agents of more extreme movements, men who found the United Mine Workers too tame, began to slip into the county. They weren't miners. They were professional organizers, hardened veterans of bloodier conflicts in other parts of the country. They spoke not of contracts and wage increases, but of seizing the mines and overthrowing the system entirely. They saw the miners' desperation not as a problem to be solved, but as fuel for a much larger fire. Their motive was pure and terrifyingly impersonal: chaos. For them, a negotiated peace was a failure. They needed martyrs. They needed headlines. They needed a war. The Battle of Evarts, with its shocking death toll, was a perfect victory in their eyes. It escalated the conflict beyond the point of no return, forcing the hand of both the Union and the state. It transformed a local strike into a national symbol of class warfare. Their presence was felt not in public speeches, but in the shadows. Strange pamphlets would appear in the mining camps overnight, calling for armed resistance. Seasoned men with city accents were seen in hushed conversations with the most desperate and angry of the young miners, teaching them not how to picket, but how to build a barricade, how to choose a location for an ambush. They were ghosts in the machine, whispering poison into the ears of men who were already half-mad with hunger and injustice. For these outsiders, the dead at Evarts were not a tragedy. They were a necessary sacrifice to ignite the revolution they craved. In the wake of the Battle of Evarts, Sheriff Blair's investigation was not a search for truth. It was a hunt for vengeance. He unleashed his army of deputies with a single simple objective: round up every known Union man and sympathizer. Warrants were issued for dozens of miners, but this wasn't a process of careful arrests. It was a brutal sweep. Doors were kicked in at midnight. Men were dragged from their beds in front of their screaming wives and children, their faces already bloodied by the time they were thrown into the back of a truck. But the mountains, which had served as a fortress for the coal operators, now became a sanctuary for the miners. The deputies, many of them outsiders themselves, were clumsy and loud in this terrain. They knew the roads, but the miners knew the land. Men vanished into the deep woods and winding hollows, swallowed whole by a wilderness that was loyal to its own. Posses would track a man for days, following a clear trail to the mouth of an abandoned mine or a remote cabin, only to find the trail had gone cold, as if the man they were chasing had simply turned to mist and drifted away on the wind. The few men they did manage to capture offered no clear answers. Under the brutal persuasion of a deputy's blackjack, stories changed and collapsed. Some men, desperate to stop the beating, would name anyone, spinning wild tales of a grand Union conspiracy led by organizers who were already long gone, having fled the state. Others, defiant to the end, would say nothing at all. The evidence Blair presented to the prosecutors was a tangled mess of coerced confessions and contradictory testimonies. The promise of a swift, clean conviction for the murder of his deputies evaporated into a fog of confusion and lies. The investigation was hitting a wall, and Blair's frustration festered into a more indiscriminate cruelty. Unable to catch the supposed ringleaders, his deputies turned their rage on the community at large. They would stop cars on lonely roads, not to ask questions, but to deliver beatings. They prowled the edges of the mining camps, their presence a constant suffocating threat. The initial assumption that a few Union leaders were responsible was proving impossible to prove. The hunt for a specific culprit devolved into a general war on the mining population, and with every failed raid and fruitless interrogation, the fear in Harlan County grew deeper, and the truth buried itself a little further in the dark, silent earth. As Sheriff Blair's hunt intensified, his deputies slammed into a wall. It wasn't made of stone or wood, but of something far stronger, the absolute, unyielding silence of the mountain people. The louder the deputies shouted, the deeper the silence became. Questions were met with blank stares. Threats were answered with a shrug. Men who had worked side by side their whole lives, who knew every secret in the holler, suddenly saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing. An invisible pact of silence, an omerta of the coal fields, had descended upon Harlan County. This silence was not born of ignorance, but of a cold, calculated understanding of survival. To speak to Sheriff Blair's men was not to help the cause of justice. It was to paint a target on your own front door. Everyone knew the price of talking. It meant a visit in the dead of night, the sound of heavy boots on your porch, a beating that left you unable to work for a week. It meant your wife and children being terrorized by gun thugs who would shine their headlights into your windows just to let you know they were watching. But the silence was also a matter of profound loyalty. In these isolated communities, blood and neighborly bonds were the only true law. The men on that hillside at Evarts were not abstract criminals. They were your cousin, your brother-in-law, the man who helped you rebuild your fence last spring. To turn against them was to turn against your own kin, to betray the only social fabric you had. The law of J.H. Blair was temporary and corrupt, but the judgment of your neighbors was forever. You would starve before you became a snitch. The psychological toll was immense, especially for those who might have been tempted to speak. Old man Hemphill, who lived on the road to Evarts, made the mistake of telling the postman he'd seen a car he didn't recognize parked near the pass the day before the shooting. It was an innocent remark, nothing more. A week later, he woke to find his family's milk cow, their only source of extra income, lying dead in his field with its throat cut. No one had to say a word. The message was understood by everyone in a 50-mile radius. After that, No one dared to even whisper about what they might have seen. The mountains had closed ranks, and the truth of what happened at Evarts was locked behind a wall of fear that no amount of force could ever break down. For years, the war in Harlan was a grinding stalemate of terror and endurance. The seasons changed, but the fear did not. The truth of the Battle of Evarts and the countless ambushes that followed seemed destined to be buried forever, lost to the wall of silence and the corruption of the law. The turning point, when it finally came, wasn't a dusty clue found in an old cabin or a deathbed confession whispered in the dark. It came from the outside world, in the form of men who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. In the mid-1930s, a United States Senate subcommittee, known as the La Follette Committee, began investigating violations of workers' rights across the country. And their gaze finally fell upon the dark and bloody ground of Harlan County. These men from Washington were a new kind of power, one that Sheriff Blair couldn't intimidate and the operators couldn't buy. They came armed not with guns, but with subpoenas, and they began to do something no one in Harlan had dared to do for years. They began to listen. The forgotten clue wasn't a single object, it was the collective memory of the people. One by one, miners, their wives, and their children came forward to testify. Each story, on its own, had been just a whisper of pain. But now, under the protection of federal marshals, the whispers became a roar. They spoke of beatings on dark roads, of cars dynamited, of the murder of Bennett Music, a 15-year-old boy. The committee chambers, hundreds of miles away, filled with the ghosts of Harlan's decade of suffering. But the clue that finally broke the back of the beast wasn't a memory. It was a number on a ledger. The committee's investigators got their hands on the financial records of the Harlan County Coal Operators Association. And there it was, in cold, hard print, a secret slush fund. They found cancelled checks and accounting entries that proved beyond any doubt that the operators were directly paying the salaries of hundreds of Sheriff Blair's deputies. The gun thugs terrorizing the county weren't public servants. They were a private army, funded by corporate interests. Suddenly, the whole dark picture snapped into focus. This wasn't just a case of a brutal sheriff abusing his power. It was a conspiracy. The law in Harlan County hadn't just been broken, it had been bought and paid for. This financial record was the key, the undeniable proof that turned whispers into evidence and paved the way for the unmasking of the entire rotten system. The La Follette Committee's investigation acted like a slow, inexorable sunrise over the dark mountains of Harlan. For years, the world had seen only the shadows, the gun thugs, the ambushes, the terror. Now, as the light of federal scrutiny grew brighter, the long, distorted shadows were traced back to the men who cast them. The ledger, that simple book of numbers, was the key that unlocked the entire conspiracy. The moment of revelation was at hand, and it was more chilling than any single act of violence. The true perpetrator of the Harlan County War was not a single man hiding in the hills with a rifle. It wasn't a radical agitator with a bomb. The true mastermind was a collective, an entity with a clean collar and a respectable name: the Harlan County Coal Operators Association. The ledger exposed them with brutal, undeniable clarity. There, in neat columns, were the payments, thousands of dollars flowing directly from the association's accounts into a special fund controlled by Sheriff J.H. Blair. The law in Harlan County wasn't an institution. It was a line item on a corporate expense report. And their motive? It wasn't personal hatred or political ideology or even a twisted sense of justice. It was something far colder, far more mundane, and infinitely more terrifying: profit. The motive was greed, distilled to its purest and most violent form. A union contract meant paying livable wages, investing in mine safety, and giving up the feudal control they held over their workforce. It was cheaper to hire killers. The beatings, the evictions, the dynamite, the midnight raids, it was all just the cost of doing business. It was a simple, brutal equation: where a miner's life was worth less than the cost of a union contract. This single damning revelation unmasked the entire decade of terror. Sheriff J.H. Blair was not a rogue lawman. He was the highly effective, well-paid manager of the association's security forces. His deputies were not peacekeepers. They were mercenaries on a corporate payroll. The violence wasn't random chaos. It was a calculated, systematic campaign of intimidation designed to protect profits at any human cost. The web of terror that had seemed so tangled and confusing was, in fact, devastatingly simple. It was a privately funded war waged by the rich against the poor. The unmasking was complete. The smoke of the Battle of Evarts finally cleared to reveal the true enemy, and they weren't wearing a miner's dusty overalls or a deputy's badge. They were wearing business suits and sitting on the boards of coal companies. They had turned an entire county into their personal fiefdom and had purchased the law itself to serve as their private army. The gun wasn't in the hand of one man, but in the ink of the men who signed the checks. Now that we know the truth, let's go back. Let's stand in the shadows of those mountains and watch the tragedy unfold, not as a mystery, but as the execution of a plan. The terror in Harlan County began not with the roar of a gun, but with the quiet scratch of a pen on a checkbook in a smoke-filled office. It was decided, with the cold arithmetic of greed, that it was cheaper to pay for violence than to pay a living wage. A ledger became a rifle, and an accountant's entry became an ambush. Picture again that dusty road near Evarts. The convoy of company cars rolls into the narrow pass, full of men who believe the law is on their side because they carry the sheriff's badge. They don't know that their lives are just a down payment. Then, from the hillside, comes a single crack, sharp and clear, echoing off the rock faces. And in its echo, a hellstorm erupts. The air fills with the deep, stuttering bark of Thompson submachine guns and the sharp, scattered retort of hunting rifles. For 15 minutes, the pass is a vortex of smoke, splintered glass, and the deafening noise of a community tearing itself apart. Then, as suddenly as it began, there is silence. A silence made heavy by the sight of stalled cars, shattered windows, and still forms lying in the road. Imagine being a child in a company shack, trying to sleep. The only sound is the crickets and the wind in the pines. Then, another sound. The low rumble of a car coming slowly up the holler, a car that doesn't belong. Your mother's hand is suddenly on your shoulder, pulling you from the bed to the floorboards. You lie there, heart hammering against your ribs, smelling the damp earth beneath the house. A moment later, the night explodes. The window shatters inward, and the wall next to your bed splinters as a shotgun blast tears through the thin wood. The car speeds away, its taillights vanishing into the darkness, leaving behind the tinkle of falling glass, your mother's whispered prayers, and a fear that will never, ever leave you. The roads themselves became weapons. A union man driving home to his family would see a pair of headlights appear in his rearview mirror, growing closer, pinning him in their glare. He would grip the wheel, his knuckles white, his mind racing. Was it just a neighbor, or was it them? Every curve in the road was a potential trap. Every dark stretch of woods a place to be run off into a ditch. The county, once a home, had become a hunting ground, and the journey from the mine to your front porch was the most dangerous part of the day. And then there was the ultimate act of this calculated terror. A union organizer, Marshall Music, is driving with his family. The road ahead is clear. For a moment, it might feel like a normal day, but then the world is ripped apart by a deafening roar. The force of the blast throws the car from the road, twisting it into a barely recognizable shape of steel and smoke. In that single horrific instant, a journey is ended. A family is shattered. A 15-year-old boy's life is extinguished, not in a moment of passion or rage, but as a consequence of a line item in a corporate budget titled Strike Expenses. This was the war in Harlan. It wasn't a fight between two equal sides. It was a systematic campaign of terror, planned in boardrooms and executed by men who had sold their badges and their souls. Every scream in the night, every bullet hole in a cabin wall, every newly dug grave was a direct result of a choice made by men in suits who likely never set foot in a mine. The true horror of Bloody Harlan is not just what happened, but the chilling, deliberate reason why. When the trials finally began, they were not held in the small, compromised courthouse in Harlan. The case had been elevated to the federal level, and the coal operators and Sheriff Blair, men who were once kings in their own domain, were now defendants in a United States court. The atmosphere was electric. Miners who had once hidden from Blair's thugs now sat in the witness stand, protected by federal marshals, their faces illuminated by the flashbulbs of a curious national press. For the first time, the quiet, fearful whispers of the hollers were being entered into the official record, spoken aloud for the whole world to hear. The defendants, the powerful men of the Coal Operators Association, and their chief enforcer, J.H. Blair, sat at their tables with an air of defiant indignation. They were not accustomed to being questioned. In their eyes, this was a political circus, a witch hunt orchestrated by Roosevelt's New Deal to break the rightful power of industry. Their high-priced lawyers spun tales of defending private property against a violent, communist-inspired insurrection. They portrayed Blair not as a tyrant, but as a heroic lawman standing against anarchy. But their narrative began to crumble under the weight of the testimony. One by one, miners and their wives took the stand. With simple, halting words, they painted a devastating mural of the decade of terror. They spoke of night riding, of beatings, of houses riddled with buckshot, of the constant, gnawing fear. They presented the ledger, the cold, hard proof of a conspiracy. The trial became a battle of two realities, the operator's world of contracts and legal rights, and the miner's world of blood and survival. And yet, in a stunning blow to the government and the miners, the first trial in 1938 ended in a hung jury. The operators' immense influence, their deep connections, and their ability to cast doubt had proven just strong enough. For a moment, it seemed as if the wall of power was unbreakable. The operators walked out of the courtroom, not convicted, their smirks a final insult to the men and women who had dared to speak against them. It was a moment of profound injustice, an echo of the crooked law they had mastered for so long. But the verdict in the court of public opinion had already been delivered. The La Follette Committee's investigation and the national press coverage had exposed the rot in Harlan County to the entire nation. The operators had escaped a conviction, but they had not escaped the shame. Facing the certainty of a second, even more grueling federal trial, and with their public reputation in tatters, they finally understood that their private war was over. In 1939, after nearly a decade of bloodshed, the Harlan County Coal Operators Association did what no amount of violence could force them to do. They surrendered. They signed a contract with the United Mine Workers of America. There were no jail sentences for the masterminds, no hangman's noose for the architects of the terror. The justice served wasn't the clean, righteous verdict the miners had hoped for, but it was a victory nonetheless, won not by a gavel, but by sheer, bloody-minded endurance. The ink on the union contract was barely dry, but the war had already left ghosts that would walk the hollers for generations. For the miners and their families, the victory was real, but it was not clean. They had won a measure of dignity, a livable wage, and the right to stand together, but the cost was etched into their very souls. A piece of paper couldn't bring back a murdered son, heal the memory of a shotgun blast through a bedroom wall, or erase the years spent living in the shadow of a gun thug's menace. The men who survived the mines and the picket lines carried the war home with them. It showed in the haunted look in their eyes, in the way they taught their children to distrust any man in a suit, any car that slowed down on a dark road. The fear, once it gets into the bones, doesn't leave. It's passed down, a bitter inheritance. Sheriff J.H. Blair and the coal operators who had funded his reign of terror never saw the inside of a prison cell. They returned to their comfortable lives, their power diminished, but their freedom intact. They had lost the war, but they had escaped justice. Blair faded from public life, but he never faded from memory. His name became a new kind of ghost, a bogeyman used by parents to frighten their children into behaving, a curse whispered in the corners of union halls for the next 50 years. The families of the deputies and gun thugs, many of whom were just local men trying to earn a paycheck, found themselves on the wrong side of a line that would never be erased. Their children grew up bearing names associated with betrayal and violence, forever marked by the choices their fathers had made. The war redrew the map of Harlan County. The lines weren't on any piece of paper. They were lines of loyalty and betrayal that ran straight through families, churches, and neighborhoods. The neighbor who had put on a deputy's badge was never fully trusted again. The store owner who had sided with the company found his business mysteriously dwindling. Friendships that had endured for a lifetime were shattered by the simple, brutal question of which side you were on. The children of union men and the children of company men went to the same schools, but they carried with them a silent, inherited animosity. Harlan County was no longer just a place. It was a memory of a war, and everyone who lived there was a veteran, whether they had carried a gun or not. Their lives were forever defined not by the peace that followed, but by the battle they had been forced to endure. You might think this war is over, a faded chapter in a history book, but you would be wrong. The story of Bloody Harlan is not history. It is a living memory etched into the very landscape of the county. Go there today and stand in that narrow pass near Evarts. When a coal truck rumbles by, the sound still echoes off the hillsides like the ghosts of machine gun fire. The road has been paved, but the place itself remembers. It is a scar on the land that will never fully heal. The tangible remnants are still there if you know where to look. They say that in some of the older brick buildings in town, you can still find the patched-over pockmarks left by stray bullets from forgotten shootouts. Walk through the old hillside cemeteries, and you'll find the tombstones of the men who fell on both sides, their names carved in stone, their stories now reduced to a pair of dates. These silent stone witnesses are the most honest memorials to the conflict, a quiet testament to the price that was paid. But the most powerful echo of Bloody Harlan isn't made of stone or steel. It's a song. That night, when Florence Reese, a hungry and terrified union man's wife, tore a page from a calendar and scribbled down the words to "Which side are you on?" she created something more powerful than dynamite. That song escaped the mountains. It became the anthem for the oppressed everywhere, sung on picket lines from Detroit to London, chanted in the streets during the civil rights movement, and translated into dozens of languages. A simple question, born of desperation in a Kentucky shack, became a global call to arms for justice. And the stories themselves are a living remnant. Sit on a porch with the old-timers, the grandsons and granddaughters of the men who fought, and they will tell you. They will tell you about the night the gun thugs came, stories passed down like family heirlooms. They'll tell you that the deep-seated distrust of outsiders and authority isn't paranoia. It's a lesson learned in blood. The world moves on, calendars change, but in Harlan County, the past is never truly past. It breathes in the mountain air, a constant whispering reminder that you must always be ready to answer that one simple question. And so we return to where we began, to that simple, haunting question, born of terror and hunger. Which side are you on? For a decade, the war in Harlan County was the answer. It wasn't a dispute over wages. It was a bloody 10-year war fought to decide if a man's life was worth more than a ton of coal. It was a war to determine if the law belonged to the people or if it could be bought and sold like any other commodity on the open market. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a conspiracy written in a ledger book. It's a chilling reminder of what happens when corporate greed is given a badge and a gun, when human lives are reduced to columns of profit and loss. But it is also a fierce testament to the enduring power of the human spirit when pushed to the absolute edge. The coal operators had the money, the guns, and the law. But the miners had something more powerful. They had their solidarity. And they had a song that turned their suffering into a shield, and their defiance into an anthem that would outlive all the men who tried to silence them. The guns in Harlan County are silent now. The picket lines are gone. But the story remains, a warning carried on the mountain wind. It reminds us that there are moments in history when there are no neutrals, when silence itself is a choice. And now, my friends, you know the story of Bloody Harlan, a story written in coal dust and paid for in blood that still asks every single one of us, which side are you on? I'm standing on the banks of a slow-moving creek in the heart of Clay County, Kentucky. It's quiet here, peaceful. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves in the poplar trees and the gentle murmur of water flowing over smooth gray stones. But this place holds a violent secret. If you stand here long enough and you listen past the wind, you can almost hear a different sound. The echo of a quiet morning being torn apart by a dozen rifles firing all at once. It was right here, on this ground, that one of the most feared men in Appalachian history drew his last breath. His name was Thomas Baker, but no one called him that. They called him Bad Tom. For years, he was a ghost in these hills, a peerless marksman who seemed untouchable. Today, we're going to piece together the lost story of how a man like that ended up here, ambushed and alone, with nothing in his hand but a bar of soap. We're here to listen to the whispers from the past. To understand the man, you have to understand the world that forged him. Let's wind the clock back, long before that morning at the creek, to the years after the Civil War. Clay County wasn't a peaceful place then. It was a hornet's nest. The war between the states hadn't washed this land clean. It had just given old grudges a new flag to hide behind. Neighbor had fought neighbor in brutal guerrilla bands, and when the official armies went home, the bitterness remained, thick and suffocating as the summer fog in these hollows. In this world, the law from the state capital was a distant rumor. The real law was kinship. Your family name was your shield, your jury, and your executioner. A man's honor wasn't just a word. It was the most valuable thing he owned, and an insult was a debt that could only be paid in blood. This was a land of hard men, where disputes were settled not with lawsuits, but with long rifles and steady hands. At the center of this world stood the Howard clan. They were a powerful family, deeply rooted in the soil of Clay County, their influence tied to the wealth of the Goose Creek salt works. They were proud, numerous, and saw themselves as the rightful leaders of the region. They were men who expected respect and were quick to answer any perceived challenge to their authority. To them, the county had a natural order, and they were at the top of it. And then there was Thomas Baker. He was a different kind of force, a Union veteran who had walked through the fire of the war and come out the other side harder than mountain stone. He wasn't loud or boastful. He was a man of few words, with what people called a cold, glittering eye that seemed to look right through you. He was a hunter, and his time in the army had perfected his aim to a terrifying degree. He moved with a quiet confidence that some saw as arrogance, a challenge to the old ways. You could feel the tension crackle in the air on court days in Manchester. The Howards and their kin would stand on one side of the dusty street, and Tom Baker and his family would stand on the other. They were like two storm fronts gathering on opposite sides of a valley, dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Everyone knew it wasn't a matter of if the storm would break, but when. All it would take was a single spark to ignite an inferno that would consume them all. Feuds like this don't just appear out of thin air. They start with a single moment, a single choice. But the real reason, the human reason, often gets buried under decades of hearsay and legend. To find the truth, you have to dig. So I went to the local archives, to the place where old stories go to be forgotten, and I started scrolling through the ghosts of old newspapers on a dusty microfilm reader. After hours of searching, I found it. It's not much to look at. A faded column in an 1888 edition of a local paper, the text blurry at the edges. The headline is simple, almost sterile. Man shot and killed at logging camp. There's no picture, just a few short paragraphs. But this small, forgotten piece of newsprint is the Rosetta Stone of the Baker-Howard feud. The article reports that a man named Abner Eversole was killed by Thomas Baker following a dispute. It mentions cards and it mentions liquor. But the key detail, the one that tells you this wasn't just some drunken brawl, is Eversole's family name. He was a Howard kinsman. This wasn't a murder, it was an assassination. This small article is the official declaration of war, printed in black and white for all the world to see. But this yellowed paper, for all its facts, leaves the most important question unanswered. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. What was the argument really about? The paper just says a dispute, but a dispute doesn't start a war that will last for over a decade and claim dozens of lives. To find that answer, we have to go back to the logging camp itself and listen to what the official record left out. Let's travel back to that logging camp in 1888. Picture a rough-hewn bunkhouse, smelling of pine sap, sweat and cheap whiskey. A game of cards is underway by lantern light, a circle of hard men who worked with their hands all day and gambled with their pay at night. On one side of the table sat Tom Baker, on the other Abner Eversole and a few of his Howard cousins. The air was already thick with a tension that had little to do with the cards being dealt. The game got heated, as it always did when liquor and pride were on the table. An argument started over a disputed pot. Eversole, maybe feeling brave with his kinsman beside him, pointed a finger at Baker and accused him of cheating. The other men fell silent. It was a dangerous accusation to level against any man in that camp, but to say it to Tom Baker was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. But it wasn't just about the cards. A darker rumor had been festering in the county for weeks, a whisper that Tom Baker had stolen a pig from a Howard family homestead. In a place where livestock was a family's wealth and a man's reputation was everything, this was the gravest of insults. It branded him a common thief. And now, in the middle of the tense bunkhouse, Eversole made the fatal mistake of saying the quiet part out loud. He threw the accusation of the stolen pig right in Baker's face. The room went dead still. This was the moment, the point of no return. Tom Baker didn't shout. He didn't curse. He simply pushed his chair back and stood up. In a voice that was low and steady, a voice colder than a winter creek, he looked Eversole in the eye, denied the charge, and demanded he take it back. For a long second, Abner Eversole had a choice: swallow his pride and live, or stand his ground and die. Emboldened by his friends and the whiskey burning in his gut, he made his choice. He refused to apologize, and his hand went for the pistol at his belt. He never cleared the holster. Baker's draw was a single fluid motion, a flash of steel and a deafening roar that shook the tiny bunkhouse. Abner Eversole crumpled to the floor. The card game was over, and the story behind that brief newspaper article was written in blood. Paper records and newspaper clippings can only tell you so much. They give you the bones of a story, but not the heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. I found James Baker sitting on the front porch of his small house, tucked away on a ridge overlooking the same hills his infamous ancestor once roamed. He's a man in his 80s now, with his great-grandfather's clear, steady eyes and hands weathered by a lifetime of working this land. He offered me a seat and listened patiently as I explained what I was doing. He'd heard it all before, from reporters, from authors, from curious outsiders. He nodded slowly, a tired smile playing on his lips. "You've been reading the books," he said, his voice a low Appalachian drawl. "They all talk about a stolen pig. They make my great-grandfather out to be a common thief who killed a man over a card game. That's the story the Howards wanted everyone to believe. It's cleaner that way." Then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that spanned a century. "But the story my father told me, the one his father told him, is different. There was no stolen pig. That was a lie, a slander cooked up by the Howards because Tom was becoming too well respected, and they couldn't stand it. They wanted to tear down his name. My great-grandfather," he continued, his voice dropping, "was not a man who started fights, but he was damn sure a man who finished them. In that logging camp, Abner Eversole didn't just accuse him of stealing. He'd been drinking, and he got mean. He looked Tom square in the face, and he said something vile about his wife, Mary. An insult so foul that in those days, for a man to say that about another man's wife, there was only one possible answer. It wasn't a choice, it was a duty." Hearing him say that, the whole story shifted. The dusty newspaper article felt hollow, incomplete. This wasn't a feud over property or a card game. According to the Baker family, this was about a sacred line being crossed. A husband defending his wife's honor in the only way his world understood. Suddenly, Tom Baker wasn't just a killer. He was an avenger. Let's go back inside that cramped, smoky bunkhouse. The argument over the cards and the stolen pig was just the kindling. Abner Eversole, full of liquor and backed by his kin, decided to throw gasoline on the fire. He looked Tom Baker dead in the eye, and the words that came out of his mouth were not about cheating or theft. They were a vile personal attack aimed squarely at Tom's wife, Mary. It was a poisoned dart of an insult designed to strip a man of his dignity in front of his peers, to stain the one thing in his life he held sacred. The air in the room was sucked out in an instant. The other men froze, their eyes wide. This was no longer a squabble. This was a line being crossed, a taboo violated. In the code of the mountains, you could challenge a man's strength, his word, even his life. But you did not speak ill of his wife. To do so was to invite death to your door. Everyone in that room knew that Abner Eversole had just signed his own death warrant. Tom Baker's reaction was terrifying in its stillness. There was no explosion of rage, no shouted curses. A deep, cold calm settled over him. He slowly pushed his chair back from the rough plank table and rose to his full height. His face was a mask of stone, and that glittering eye of his was fixed on Eversole, not with anger, but with a kind of finality, like a judge who has already passed sentence. In a voice that cut through the silence, he said, "Take it back." It wasn't a request, it was an order. One last chance to step back from the abyss. But Eversole was trapped. His pride, the whiskey, and the watching eyes of his cousins had him in a corner. To back down now would be to live with the shame forever. He likely let out a sneer, a drunken laugh, and doubled down on his insult. His hand, clumsy and slow, dropped to the butt of his pistol. It was the last mistake he would ever make. Before Eversole's fingers could even get a proper grip, Tom Baker's hand moved. It wasn't a frantic motion. It was a blur of practiced economy, a movement he had honed in the chaos of war and the solitude of the hunt. The gunshot wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow that slammed into the walls of the small room. Abner Eversole was thrown backward, the look of shock permanently etched on his face as he hit the floor. Tom Baker stood for a moment in the ringing silence, the smoke curling from the barrel of his revolver. He didn't look at the other men. He simply holstered his weapon, turned, and walked out into the night. He knew what he had just done. He hadn't just ended a man's life. He had sounded the first trumpet of a long and bloody war. From that moment on, there would be no apologies, no truces, and no peace. There would only be the feud. The killing of Abner Eversole lit the fuse. What followed was an explosion of violence that turned Clay County into a war zone. The feud spilled out of the isolated hollers and into the streets, and the epicenter of it all was right here, where standing now, the town square in Manchester. Today, it's a peaceful place. Cars pass by, people go in and out of the shops. It's hard to imagine it as anything else. But if you walk with me over to the old courthouse, a proud red brick building that has seen more history than any person alive, and you run your hand along the wall facing the street, you'll feel it. The surface isn't smooth. It's dotted with small dark pockmarks, little craters where the brick has been chipped away. Most people probably walk past these scars every day and never give them a second thought. But these aren't from weather or age. Right here. This is where it happened. Each of these marks is a silent testament to the chaos, a bullet hole left from a day when this town square was a free fire zone. This place, the very symbol of law and order in the county, became a hunting ground. The courthouse steps were turned into a fortress, and men used wagons and street corners as cover while they waged their private war in public, with no regard for who was caught in the crossfire. We're about to go back to one of those days, to a moment when the gunfire was so intense its echoes are still trapped in this very brick. Imagine a stiflingly hot court day in Manchester. The town square is crowded, but it's a tense, watchful crowd. The unwritten rule on these days was that the town itself was neutral ground, but nobody believed it. Men with rifles leaned against porch posts, their eyes never still. The Bakers and their allies gathered near the livery stable. The Howards and their faction stood in a tight knot on the courthouse steps, a clear claim to the seat of power. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The spark came in the most ordinary way. A Howard man coming down the steps bumped hard into a Baker cousin going up. Words were exchanged, a curse muttered under the breath. A hand moved instinctively toward a pistol grip, not to draw, but as a warning. It was a fatal gesture. A sharp crack echoed off the brick facade, and the first man stumbled backward, a look of disbelief on his face. In a heartbeat, the square erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a maelstrom of chaos, the deep boom of rifles mixed with the sharp bark of revolvers. Men who had been neighbors dove for cover behind horse troughs and wooden wagons, which offered little protection. Wood splintered, and the high-pitched whine of ricochets filled the air. Puffs of red dust exploded from the courthouse wall as stray bullets found their mark, carving the very scars we can still see today. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder and fear. From the center of it all, Wilson Howard, the patriarch of his clan, tried to bring order to the chaos, shouting directions to his men. He was a commanding figure, a rock in the middle of a violent storm. He stood his ground, a symbol of his family's defiance and power, directing the fire from the top of the stone steps. It made him a leader. It also made him a target. Across the square, from the relative safety of a doorway, Tom Baker raised his long rifle. He was not a man for chaotic firefights. He was a hunter, a marksman. For him, this wasn't a brawl. It was a series of calculations. He rested the barrel, took a breath to steady his hands, and squeezed the trigger. There was no wasted motion. A single, heavier crack cut through the din. Wilson Howard, who a moment before had been a pillar of command, suddenly stiffened. His rifle slipped from his grasp, clattering on the stone steps. He didn't cry out. He simply looked down at his own chest with a look of profound surprise before he folded, collapsing in a heap at the feet of his kin. The sight of their fallen leader broke the Howards' charge. A stunned silence fell over their side of the fight. The firing sputtered and died out as they rushed to drag his body out of the line of fire, their retreat a panicked scramble. The Bakers held their ground, watching them go. The fight was over as suddenly as it had begun. All that was left was the thick blue haze of smoke hanging in the silent air, the glint of brass casings on the dusty ground, and the new dark holes in the courthouse wall. After a storm of violence like the one that swept through Manchester, the official machinery of the law begins to grind, slowly and often ineffectively. And it leaves behind a paper trail. I'm holding a copy of the coroner's inquest into the death of Wilson Howard. It's a formal document, written in a looping bureaucratic script that tries to impose order on a day of pure chaos. You read through the dry, legalistic language, and it feels like it's describing a different event entirely. It lists the deceased, Wilson Howard. It notes the location, the town square. Then you get to the most important part, the cause of death. It simply says, "Deceased came to his end by means of a gunshot wound." That's it. A few simple words to sanitize a brutal public execution. There's no mention of the dozens of other shots fired, of the terror, of the fact that the town's main street was turned into a battlefield. Then you look at the indictments that were handed down by the grand jury in the following weeks. And there, among a list of names from the Baker clan, is the one that mattered most. Thomas Baker. On this piece of paper, he's just another name, a defendant in a murder case. The document doesn't tell you that he was a legend, that his single calculated shot had decapitated the rival clan in broad daylight. It reduces the most dramatic moment of the entire feud to a line of ink on a page. This is the official truth, the version of the story that's written down in the county archives. But it's a sterile, bloodless truth. It's a lie by omission. Because in the mountains of Clay County, an indictment from a courthouse in Manchester was one thing. Getting a man like Tom Baker to stand for trial was another thing entirely. The law had pointed its finger at him, and now it had to come into the hills and get him. That piece of paper, the indictment, was a challenge. And so the law, slow and uncertain, sent a posse into the hills to retrieve Tom Baker. But this was not their world. They were men of the town, sent into a labyrinth of creeks and hollers where every tree could hide a rifleman and every shadow felt like a threat. They were hunting a legend in his own kingdom, and they knew it. Tom Baker wasn't hiding. He was simply gone, absorbed back into the landscape that had made him. The posse would ride for days, finding nothing but cold campfires and tracks that vanished on stony ground. The locals they questioned would meet their eyes with a vacant, unhelpful stare. No one had seen Tom Baker. No one knew anything. But the posse felt his presence everywhere. They felt it in the snap of a twig in the woods just beyond their camp at night, in the unnerving silence of the forest. They weren't the hunters here. They were the hunted, trespassing in a land that answered to a different authority. The manhunt was a failure before it even began. Then, just as the law was about to give up, Tom Baker did the last thing anyone expected. He walked out of the hills on his own. He strode into the center of Manchester, his rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm, and turned himself in to the sheriff. It wasn't a surrender, it was a strategic move. He knew he couldn't be caught, but living as a fugitive put his family in constant danger. By facing the court, he was taking control of the narrative, daring the system to try and hold him. The trial was a spectacle of fear. The small courthouse was packed, but it was divided down the middle like a church at a funeral. On one side sat the Baker clan, their faces hard and unreadable, their hands never far from the pistols concealed beneath their coats. On the other side sat the Howards, their eyes burning with a cold fire of hatred and grief. Between them sat a terrified judge and a jury of 12 local men who knew with absolute certainty that their decision would have consequences far beyond the courtroom walls. Witnesses mumbled, their memories suddenly foggy. Evidence seemed to disappear. The prosecution's case, so clear on paper, began to fall apart under the crushing weight of unspoken threats. The jury didn't deliberate for long. They were farmers and merchants, not martyrs. They had to live in this county. When they filed back in, the foreman wouldn't look at the Howard family. In a quiet, nervous voice, he delivered the verdict. not guilty. The shooting of Wilson Howard was ruled an act of self-defense. A low murmur went through the room. Tom Baker stood, nodded once to the jury, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, his legal innocence now as much a part of his legend as his marksmanship. The Howards were left with nothing but rage. The law had failed them. Their patriarch was dead, and his killer had walked away without consequence. They knew then that if they wanted justice, they would have to get it themselves, not with indictments, but with bullets. Every story eventually ends in the same place. I'm standing in a quiet cemetery on a hillside just outside Manchester. The wind whispers through the cedar trees, and the old tombstones lean at odd angles, their inscriptions softened and blurred by a century of rain and sun. This is where the old names of Clay County come to rest. The names of farmers, merchants, mothers, children, and the names of feuding warriors. Over here, beneath a thick, respectable slab of granite, lies Wilson Howard. The stone is weathered, but it was clearly expensive for its time, a final statement of his status as the patriarch of a powerful clan. It speaks of a man of substance, a leader of the community. There's an air of tragic dignity to it, the resting place of a man whose death was never truly avenged by the law. And then, if you walk just 50 yards down the slope, you'll find another stone. It's simpler, more rugged, cut from local stone. The name carved into it is clear and deep: Thomas Baker, 1845 to 1899. Seeing them here so close together is a profound and bitter irony. They lie just 100 yards apart now, these mortal enemies, closer in death than they ever were in life. They fought a war for control of these hills, and in the end, they each got a small, quiet piece of them forever. But standing here, looking at Tom Baker's grave, a critical question hangs in the air. The trial for Wilson Howard's death was years before 1899. He walked out of that courthouse a free man, legally untouchable. So why is this his final resting place? What happened in those intervening years that drove the Howards' hatred to a point where a courtroom acquittal meant nothing, and the only verdict they would accept was one delivered from the barrel of a gun? Tom Baker walked out of that courthouse a free man, but he wasn't free. The verdict was just a piece of paper. The real sentence had been passed in the hearts of the Howard family. For them, the trial wasn't an acquittal. It was a final, bitter confirmation that the law of the state was useless. Their patriarch was gone, and the man who killed him now walked the streets of Manchester with the government's blessing. Their rage didn't cool. It settled into something harder and colder, a patient hatred that would wait years for its moment. The feud entered a new grinding phase. It was no longer a war of open battles in the town square, but a war of shadows. The Howards set ambushes for Tom, but he seemed to possess a sixth sense for danger, an almost animal instinct that would make him change his path at the last second or melt back into the woods just as a trap was about to be sprung. His legend grew even larger. They said he was protected by something unnatural, that he had made a pact with the devil. But the truth was likely simpler. He was a man who had survived a war, and he knew how to live as if death was always a single step behind him. But even the most vigilant man can be worn down by time. The years passed. The open violence subsided into a tense, watchful peace. Tom Baker was still the most feared man in Clay County, but he was also a man trying to live a life. He had a home, he had a family, he was getting older. The constant threat became a part of the background noise of his life, a danger so familiar that it almost ceased to feel like danger at all. Perhaps he began to believe the worst was over, that the Howards, having failed so many times, had finally accepted that he was untouchable. He started to fall into routines, the small, daily habits that make up a normal life. And one of those routines was to walk down the familiar path from his cabin each morning to the creek, to wash the sleep from his eyes in the cool, clear water. It was a small act of peace in a life defined by violence. It was this routine, this small piece of normal life he reclaimed for himself, that would ultimately be his undoing. The Howards were watching, and they were patient. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of this feud is a living thing in Clay County. And like any living thing, it changes depending on the light you see it in. If you bring up the name Bad Tom Baker today, the answer you get depends entirely on who you ask. The war may be over, but the battle for the story continues. To the Baker family and their sympathizers, Tom is a figure of tragic frontier honor. He is the Union veteran who came home and refused to bow to the old powers of the county. He was a man who defended his wife's honor, who killed Wilson Howard in self-defense during a chaotic firefight, and who was ultimately the victim of a coward's ambush, shot down when he was unarmed and vulnerable. In their story, he is a folk hero, a testament to the mountain spirit of defiance. But if you talk to those whose families were allied with the Howards, you hear a much darker tale. In that version, Tom Baker wasn't a hero, he was a menace. A cold-blooded killer with ice in his veins and a hair-trigger temper who used his reputation to intimidate the whole county. They believe he murdered Abner Eversole over a card game, assassinated their leader in a calculated shot, and then used fear to cheat the law. To them, the final act at the creek wasn't a murder. It was an execution, the only form of justice left to them when the courts had failed. It was the necessary brutal act of putting down a mad dog to bring peace to the community. So which story is the truth? Was he a righteous avenger or a ruthless killer? A protector of his family or a predator who terrorized his rivals? The honest answer is that the real Tom Baker is likely buried somewhere in the grey space between those two extremes, lost to time and loyalties. The facts are set in stone. The men who died, the trial, the ambush. But the meaning of those facts is still at war with itself, a conflict of memory passed down from one generation to the next. When a story is this big, this soaked in blood and pride, it doesn't stay history for long. As it gets passed down around kitchen tables and late-night campfires, it starts to shed its inconvenient facts, like a snake shedding its skin. What's left behind is something harder, smoother, and far more powerful: a legend. The feud between the Bakers and the Howards is no longer just a series of events. It's a foundational myth of Clay County. The character of Bad Tom Baker, in particular, grew larger than life. People needed a way to explain how one man could be so deadly, so seemingly untouchable for so long. And so, they whispered that his skill wasn't natural. The story of his rifle was born, the one that claimed he'd had a gunsmith inlay a silver coin into the front sight. They said the silver gave it an unholy accuracy, that it guided his bullets to their targets. The gun itself became a cursed object, and to this day, people speculate about where it might be, buried with him perhaps, to keep its dark magic from the world. And it wasn't just the man who became a legend. The feud itself took on a life of its own, seeping into the folklore of the mountains. A dark superstition took root in the community, a whisper that before every killing, a hoot owl would cry near the victim's cabin the night before. People claimed it was a death omen, the voice of the mountains themselves passing judgment. It was the community's way of processing the relentless, unpredictable violence by turning it into a supernatural force, a dark fate that could be read in the signs and sounds of the night. These tales are how a community makes sense of a trauma it can't forget. They are the final stage of a story's life, the moment it dissolves from hard history into the misty realm of legend. They serve as a warning, a ghost story to tell children about the price of pride and the darkness that can rise up between neighbors. The facts may fade, but the legend of Bad Tom Baker, his silver-sighted rifle, and the crying owl of death still haunts these hills. And so, we find ourselves back where we started, on the banks of this quiet creek. The water still murmurs over these smooth grey stones, just as it did on that morning in 1899. But the silence here feels different now. It's heavier. We came here hearing only the faint echo of a rifle volley, but we've followed that sound back through time, through courthouse shootouts and smoky bunkhouses, through conflicting memories and whispered legends. This spot is no longer just a peaceful place in the woods. It's the final page of a brutal chapter in this county's history. It's a testament to a world where a man's honor was worth more than his life, and a reminder that when people feel the law has abandoned them, they will make their own with fire and lead. The story of Tom Baker shows us that history is never a simple matter of heroes and villains. He was a man forged by a hard land and a violent time, and the truth of his life lies somewhere in the shadows between the legend and the reality. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or a simple weathered tombstone on a quiet hillside, remember this place. Remember that it's not just a collection of stones or a patch of earth. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the terrible choices that can define a generation. You just have to be willing to stop and to listen to the whispers. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. They say if you walk the old McCoy lands on a cold January night, when the wind moans through the bare sycamores, you can still hear her. A woman's voice, thin and full of sorrow, whispering two names into the darkness. Alifair Calvin. It's the ghost of Sarah McCoy, they say, the living curse of the great feud, a mother forever searching for the children who were murdered right before her eyes. But how does a person become a ghost while they're still breathing? How does a tough, resilient mountain matriarch, the very heart of a family, get broken so completely that her grief itself becomes a local legend? Hers is not a story of bullets and bravado. It's the story of what happens after the guns fall silent, and of a sorrow so deep it haunts the hills to this very day. Today, we separate the woman from the haint and trace the path that led Sarah McCoy into that long, lonely darkness. To understand the woman, you first have to understand the mountains that made her. Sarah Mullins was born in 1829 into a world of sharp ridges and deep, isolated hollows along the Kentucky side of the Tug Fork. This wasn't a land of easy living. It was a place that demanded everything from you: your strength, your sweat, your resilience. The seasons were harsh, the soil was rocky, and the outside world with its formal laws and governments was a distant rumor. Life was governed by a different set of rules: the turning of the seasons, the needs of the family, and the unwritten code of the hills. She was a Mullins before she was a McCoy, and like all mountain families, they lived by a simple, powerful creed: you take care of your own. Sarah's childhood wouldn't have been one of play and schooling. Her education came at her mother's side, learning the hard-won lessons of survival. She learned how to birth a child and how to bury one. She learned which roots could break a fever and which berries were poison. She learned to mend clothes, cure meat, and stretch a handful of cornmeal to feed a hungry family through the dead of winter. It was a life that forged a quiet, unbreakable strength into the very marrow of her bones. There are no documents that tell us of a single, defining moment in her youth. But the life of every mountain girl was filled with them. You can imagine a winter so fierce it threatened to starve the family out, and a young Sarah, not yet a woman, helping her mother keep a dying fire alive. You can picture her nursing a younger sibling through a sickness, learning for the first time that hollow-eyed fear that comes when a loved one's life hangs by a thread. These small, forgotten battles were her forge, tempering her into a woman who could endure hardship without complaint. because complaining was a luxury the mountains never afforded. In 1849, that quiet strength was joined with the formidable pride of Randolph McCoy. Randall, as he was known, was a stubborn, unbending man, quick to see a slight and slow to forgive a debt. When Sarah married him, she wasn't just becoming a wife, she was becoming the bedrock of a new dynasty. Her life's work would now be to build a family, to raise sons and daughters who carried the McCoy name. He was the stone wall facing the world. She was the mortar holding it all together, the quiet force that turned a rough log cabin into a home. Her code was not the code of the gunman or the feudist, not yet. Her code was the ancient, unspoken law of the Appalachian matriarch. It was a law written in the rhythm of a rocking chair, the smell of baking bread, and the fierce, protective glare she'd give anyone who threatened her children. Her honor wasn't tied to land disputes or stolen hogs. It was tied to the well-being of the 13 souls she brought into this world. Her domain was the hearth. Her ambition was a full pantry, and her loyalty was absolute, not to a cause, but to the lives she had created. Before the first shots of the feud echoed in her memory, Sarah McCoy's world was one of simple, profound purpose. Her domain wasn't the courthouse or the battlefield. It was a rough-hewn log cabin on a Kentucky hillside, a home that was overflowing with the noise and chaos of life. While Randall was out wrestling a living from the rocky soil or nursing a grievance with a neighbor, Sarah was the quiet gravity that held their chaotic world in orbit. The cabin wasn't just a shelter, it was her life's work, a testament to her endurance, filled with the smell of wood smoke and stew and the constant hum of her children's lives. And what a life it was. She was the mother of 13. Imagine that. 13 times she went through the trial of childbirth, and 13 times she held a new life in her arms. Her days weren't measured in hours, but in the tasks required to keep that many souls alive and well. It was an endless cycle of mending torn shirts, calming fevers with cool rags, breaking up squabbles between brothers, and singing the youngest ones to sleep. Her hands were never still. They were either kneading dough, churning butter, snapping beans, or gently brushing the hair from a sleeping child's face. She wasn't a woman given to grand pronouncements. Her strength was in her presence. When a child fell and scraped a knee, it was Sarah's lap they sought. When a son came home angry over some dispute, it was her steady gaze that could soothe the heat of his pride. She was the keeper of their stories, the witness to their growth. She saw the stubborn set of Randall's jaw in her son Tolbert, and the quiet kindness in her daughter Alifair. She knew their fears, their dreams, and the secret hurts they hid from the world. For 2 decades, that world, while never easy, was whole. The rhythm of their lives was tied to the land. There was the hard work of planting in the spring, the relief of the summer harvest, and the huddling together for warmth and stories in the long, dark winters. This was the world Sarah McCoy had built and fought to protect. It wasn't a kingdom of wealth or power, but it was rich in what mattered most to her, the sight of her family, gathered and safe, under one roof. Her treasure wasn't a plot of land. It was the sound of her children's laughter echoing through the hollow. This was what was at stake. Not honor, not a family name, not the ownership of a stray pig. For Sarah, the escalating tensions with the Hatfields across the river were a terrifying threat to the only thing she held sacred. Every angry word Randall brought home, every dark rumor that drifted over the tug fork, was like a tremor beneath the foundation of her home. She was a mother standing guard over a precious, fragile peace, and she could feel a storm gathering on the horizon that threatened to wash it all away. Every great tragedy is driven by a fatal flaw, a crack in an otherwise strong foundation. For Randall McCoy, it was his unbending pride. For his sons, it was their quick, violent temper. But Sarah's flaw was something far more subtle and heartbreaking. It wasn't a sin, but a virtue taken to a terrible extreme. Her absolute, unconditional love for her family. Her love was so powerful, so all-consuming, that it blinded her to any path that required her to stand against her husband or her sons. She saw her duty not as guiding them, but as enduring with them, no matter the cost. We see this flaw in sharp relief after the tragedy of 1882. The Hatfields had captured 3 of her sons, Talbot, Farmer, and Randolph Jr., and, in an act of brutal frontier justice, tied them to pawpaw trees and executed them. The grief that fell upon Sarah's house was a physical thing, a suffocating shroud. This was the moment where a different kind of woman might have broken. She might have screamed at Randall, "Your pride has already cost me 3 sons. Are you waiting for it to take the rest?" She could have begged him to leave the valley, to sell the land, to save what was left of their family from the fire of his feud. But she didn't. Her love and her grief fused into a kind of hardened, silent resolve. To suggest leaving would have felt like a betrayal of her murdered boy's memory. To question her husband's path would have been to break the sacred code of a mountain wife. And so, she stood by him. While the men spoke of honor and revenge, Sarah's world was one of empty chairs at the dinner table and ghosts in every corner of the cabin. Her loyalty, once the family's greatest source of strength and comfort, now became the quiet engine of its destruction. She would support their fight, even if it led them all to the grave. This unwavering devotion was, for most of her life, her greatest strength. It's what allowed her to raise 13 children in the harshest of conditions. It was the bedrock on which the McCoy family was built. But in the face of a blood feud, that same strength became a profound weakness. It made her a passive participant in her own family's annihilation. She couldn't see that sometimes the most loving act is to say no more. She couldn't imagine a world where her family was separated or their honor was compromised, and that inability to envision a different future trapped them all on the path to ruin. And so, she supported Randall's stubborn refusal to back down. She nursed the anger of her remaining sons and tended to the family's wounds, all while the storm gathered closer. Her flaw was not malice or pride. It was a love so deep it couldn't admit the possibility of defeat or retreat. She was the heart of the family, and she would continue to beat in rhythm with it, even as that rhythm became a death march. Her love had built their home. Now that same love would inadvertently help burn it to the ground. For 5 long years after the pawpaw tree executions, the feud had become a war of whispers and shadows. The grief in Sarah's home was a constant, cold presence, but the open bloodshed had ceased. A fragile, unspoken truce held the valley in its grip, the kind of quiet that feels heavier than noise. But in the winter of 1887, the McCoy clan, led by their kinsman and lawyer Perry Cline, made a fateful decision. They decided to fight the Hatfields, not with rifles in the hollers, but with warrants in the courts. This was the spark that would ignite an inferno. Cline, who held a deep personal grudge against the Hatfields, used his influence to have old murder warrants from 1882 reissued in Kentucky. He then deputized a rough, fearless man named Bad Frank Phillips to hunt down the Hatfields responsible for killing Sarah's sons. To the outside world, this was the law taking its course. But in the mountains, this was a profound and unforgivable insult. It was seen as a coward's move, an attempt to use outside authority to settle a family matter. You didn't send a lawman to do a man's work. It was a direct challenge to the sovereignty of the Hatfield clan and their patriarch, Devil Anse. The affront became an invasion when Frank Phillips and his posse crossed the Tug Fork into West Virginia. They were armed, they had the law on their side, and they began to hunt Hatfields on their own soil. They captured several men, and in the process, a Hatfield ally was killed. The news of this invasion, this violation of their territory by a McCoy-led force, reached Devil Anse like a declaration of war. The fragile truce was shattered. The Hatfields' response would not be in a courtroom. It would be swift, total, and merciless. For Sarah, this news was not a victory. It was a death sentence. When she learned that the law was being used as a weapon, A cold dread must have settled deep in her bones. She, more than anyone, knew the nature of the men they were provoking. She had seen their brand of justice firsthand at the base of 3 pawpaw trees. While the men in her family may have felt a surge of righteous power, Sarah would have felt the earth begin to tremble beneath her feet. The point of no return had been crossed. The men had kicked the hornet's nest with the lawyer's boot, and she knew the swarm would be coming for her home. Her immediate visceral reaction wouldn't have been one of anger or pride, but of a mother's paralyzing fear. She would look at her daughter Alifair and her son Calvin, the 2 children who remained with her in that isolated cabin, and see them with new, terrified eyes. They were no longer just her children. They were the targets. Her fatal flaw, that unwavering loyalty, now chained her to this reckless course. She couldn't protest. She could only pray. The men had lit the fuse, and Sarah was left to do nothing but watch it burn closer and closer to her door. For the first time in 5 years, a dangerous kind of hope flickered in the McCoy men. With Frank Phillips and his posse raiding West Virginia, they felt the tide turning. Justice, or at least their version of it, seemed within reach. But the whispers that drifted back across the Tug Fork were as cold and dark as a winter creek. Friends and neighbors, men who knew the Hatfields not as names on a warrant, but as flesh and blood forces of nature, brought warnings to Randall. They spoke in low, urgent tones of men gathering at Devil Anse's command, of the cold fire they'd seen in Jim Vance's eyes. These weren't formal offers of peace. The time for that had long passed. These were the desperate pleas of a community that could feel the ground getting ready to shake. "Take your family and go, Randall," one might have said. "Go to Pikeville, anywhere, just until this blows over. A piece of paper won't stop a bullet." They were warnings born of experience, a deep mountain wisdom that understood that provoking a man like Jim Vance was like cornering a rattlesnake. You might have the right to do it, but you'd be a fool to expect to walk away unharmed. But Randall McCoy, his pride now buttressed by the authority of the law, was deaf to these pleas. To him, leaving would be running. It would be an admission of defeat, a betrayal of the sons already in the ground. "We have the law on our side now," he'd retort, his jaw set like stone. He mistook the warrants in his pocket for a shield, believing the outside world's rules now applied to this ancient, personal war. He and his remaining sons walked with a newfound confidence, blind to the fact that they were marching their families straight towards an open grave. Sarah saw it, though. She saw the truth not in Randall's defiant words, but in the silence that followed them. She saw it in the way neighbors averted their eyes, in the sudden quiet that fell over a room when she entered. She could feel her family being walled off, isolated by her husband's stubborn pride. The warnings the men ignored, she heard as a deafening roar. She knew the Hatfields. She knew what they had done to her boys at the pawpaw trees, and she knew they had done it without the pretext of a legal invasion. What would they do now, with their homes raided and their kinfolk dragged away in irons? Her path of no compromise was one of silent, terrified endurance. Every day that passed was another missed opportunity to flee. Every sunset that painted the winter sky felt like a final act. The cabin, once her sanctuary, began to feel like a trap made of logs and pride. While her husband saw their stand as a matter of honor, Sarah saw only the shrinking circle of safety around her children. The men were too busy listening to the lawyers and the deputies to hear the sound that Sarah heard every night in her sleep, the sound of approaching footsteps in the snow. And so, with every warning ignored, with every chance for escape dismissed, the certainty of a violent end grew. The feud was no longer a simmering conflict. It was a runaway wagon careening downhill, and the McCoy family was tied to the driver's seat. Their isolation was now complete. They were alone in their holler, surrounded by a world that was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable crash. The only question left was how terrible the wreckage would be. The final chance for peace didn't come with a white flag or a parley at the river's edge. It came in the dead of night, on New Year's Eve, 1887, inside the four walls of the McCoy cabin. It came not as a negotiation, but as a wife's desperate plea to her husband. The children were asleep, their breathing soft and even in the cold air. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire in the hearth and the low moan of the wind outside, a sound that seemed to be whispering a warning. Sarah sat watching the fire, but she wasn't seeing the flames. She was seeing the faces of her sleeping children, Calvin and Alifair, and the image of them was superimposed over the memory of her 3 dead sons. The fear she had been swallowing for weeks finally rose in her throat, too powerful to be contained. She turned to Randall, who sat cleaning a rifle, his face a grim mask in the flickering light. Her voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. "Randall, let's leave this place." He stopped his work, the sound of the oiled rag on steel falling silent. He didn't look at her. "Leave? And go where? This is our home, woman." But Sarah pressed on, her words tumbling out in a torrent of a mother's terror. "To Pikeville, just for a while. Let the lawmen do their work. The land will be here when we come back, Randall. The house will be here. But the children, I can't lose any more children." This was her one and only act of defiance, a desperate attempt to place the lives of her family above the honor of their name. For a brief, flickering moment, the iron in Randall McCoy's gaze seemed to soften. He looked over at his son, Calvin, a young man now, asleep by the fire. He looked at his daughter, Alifair, her face peaceful in her dreams. He saw the genuine, heart-stopping fear in his wife's eyes. This was the crossroads. He could choose his family, or he could choose his feud. He could choose life, or he could choose the dirt his ancestors were buried in. The entire weight of the McCoy family's future rested on the next words to leave his mouth. He shook his head, slowly at first, then with a final, terrible certainty. "And let them say I ran? Let Jim Vance and his murdering kin tell their children that Randall McCoy was a coward who abandoned his home and the graves of his sons." He stood up, his voice low and hard. "No, Sally. We are McCoys. We don't run." With that, the final door slammed shut. He had made his choice. He had chosen pride. Sarah said nothing more. She simply stared into the fire as the last ember of hope died, turning to cold, grey ash. The silence that filled the cabin now was the silence of a tomb waiting for its occupants. It started not with a shout, but with the sound of the world breaking. A splintering crash from the door, and then the night outside the McCoy cabin exploded. The family's dogs, which had been barking frantically, fell suddenly, horribly silent. The air turned to thunder. Flashes of orange light punched through the thin wooden walls, each one a deafening crack that seemed to rip the fabric of the cold January night. For Sarah, the world shrank to the terrified faces of her children, illuminated in strobing, violent bursts of light. The cabin was no longer a shelter, it was a cage. Then came a new smell, sharp and hungry: kerosene. A sudden, whooshing bloom of light appeared at the windows and beneath the doors, painting the inside of the cabin in a ghastly, dancing orange. The dry roof caught with a hungry roar, and the heat became a living thing, a monster breathing down on them, driving them out into the open. Smoke, thick and acrid, filled their lungs, turning every breath into a choking gasp. The home Sarah had built with her own 2 hands was now a furnace, an altar for a terrible sacrifice. Her son Calvin, now a man, grabbed a rifle, his face a mask of desperate courage. He lunged for the main doorway, a silhouette against the rising flames, trying to give his family a chance to escape out the back. From the darkness came a single sharp report, a sound louder and more final than all the others. The argument that had been Calvin's young life was suddenly, permanently over. He simply crumpled and was gone from the doorway, leaving a void where her son had stood just a heartbeat before. A new sound cut through the chaos, Alifair's scream, raw with terror and grief. "Stop it, please, stop!" She bolted from the smoke-filled room into the freezing yard, a desperate prayer on her lips, her hands outstretched as if she could physically push back the violence. Outside, in the hellish, flickering firelight, another shot rang out across the holler. The screaming stopped, just like that. In the snow, her daughter's frantic motion ceased, and a terrible, unnatural stillness took its place. Instinct, the purest and most primal force a mother knows, took over. Sarah scrambled out into the freezing air, her world narrowing to the still shape in the yard. She fell to her knees beside Alifair, a mother's wail tearing from her throat, a sound of absolute ruin. A dark shape loomed over her, a man's form silhouetted against her burning home. There was a swift, dark movement in the air above her. Not a sound, not a pain, just a blinding flash of white light behind her eyes. The world tilted on its axis. The roar of the fire and the crackle of gunfire faded to a distant, muffled hum. The cold, soft snow rose up to meet her, and the night, which had been so full of fire and noise, went utterly and completely black. The first thing she felt was the cold. Not the bracing cold of a winter night, but a deep, seeping cold that seemed to be coming from inside her own bones. Consciousness returned not as a gentle dawn, but as a slow, agonizing crawl out of a black, silent pit. There was a ringing in her ears, and the ground was wet beneath her cheek. The sharp, bitter smell of wet ash and burnt pine filled the air. For a moment, there was nothing else, just cold, silence, and the smell of ruin. Slowly, she pushed herself up. A crushing weight of pain exploded in her skull, a blinding agony that made the world swim. Her hand went to her head and came away slick and dark, with something that wasn't melted snow. Her eyes focused. Above her, the stars were still glittering, cold and indifferent. But where her home should have been, there was only a jagged black skeleton, its ribs smoldering faintly against the night sky. And then, she remembered, fire, gunshots, screaming. Her gaze fell upon a shape in the snow nearby, a dark bundle, unnaturally still. Alifair. The name was a thought, not a sound. Sarah crawled towards her, the pain in her head forgotten, her body moving with a will of its own. The snow beneath her daughter was stained a dark, impossible color. She reached out a trembling hand and touched her child's face. It was as cold as the frozen earth. A great, silent bell had been struck inside her soul, and the ringing had shattered everything. There was no scream, no cry. The sound was trapped somewhere deep inside her, unable to escape. Her eyes lifted toward the charred remains of the doorway. She saw him then. Calvin. What was left of him? The sight did not add to the horror. It simply confirmed it. The world had ended. This was what came after. She was no longer a wife or a mother. She was a witness, a survivor left behind in the graveyard of her own life. There was no triumph, no shock, no regret. There was only a vast, hollow emptiness where a heart had once been. She didn't flee into the mountains. She didn't stand her ground. She simply knelt there in the blood-soaked snow, a frozen statue between her two dead children, staring at the smoldering corpse of her home. Hours later, when the first grey light of dawn threatened the sky, Randall and the others who had escaped crept back out of the woods. They found her there. She looked at them, but her eyes were vacant, seeing something far away, or perhaps nothing at all. Randall had survived the night, but the woman he found in the ashes was not the wife he had left behind. The Sarah McCoy, who had raised 13 children and anchored a family, was gone forever, and in her place was only a ghost. The fire that consumed the McCoy cabin sent shockwaves of a different kind across the mountains. The immediate wreckage wasn't just timber and ash, it was human. Randall McCoy, a man whose pride had forbidden him from leaving his home, was now forced to lead a ragged procession of ghosts away from the Tug Fork. They were homeless, landless, and carrying with them a grief so heavy it was a physical burden. Their destination was Pikeville, a town that offered safety, but also the quiet shame of exile. They were refugees from a war they had helped start, driven from their ancestral land not by an army, but by the hatred of their neighbors. But the most profound piece of wreckage was Sarah herself. They had managed to save her body from the flames, but her spirit had been left behind in the snow with Alifair and Calvin. She was now a walking wound, a constant silent testament to the horror of that night. For her surviving children, the burden was twofold. They had to mourn the siblings they had lost, while simultaneously caring for a mother who no longer recognized them, who looked through them as if they were made of glass. Every meal they prepared for her, every time they led her gently back indoors from a wandering daze, was a fresh reminder of how much had been stolen from them. They hadn't just lost a home, they had lost the heart of their family. News of the New Year's massacre spread through the hollers, not like a rumor, but like a pestilence. This wasn't another chapter in the feud. This was something different, something darker. Ambushing armed men on a trail was one thing. Executing prisoners by a pawpaw tree was brutal, but it followed a certain grim frontier logic. But setting fire to a family's home in the dead of night and shooting down an unarmed woman and a boy in their own yard, that violated even the most primitive mountain codes. The attack shattered any local sympathy the Hatfields might have had. It transformed them from proud patriarchs defending their territory into a pack of midnight murderers. This singular act of brutality, intended to end the McCoy line for good, instead sealed the Hatfields' own doom. The story of the massacre and of Sarah's tragic state lit a fire under the authorities in Kentucky. The feud was no longer a local squabble. It was now a manhunt, sanctioned and funded by the state. Bad Frank Phillips's posse was no longer just a band of McCoy allies. It was the arm of the law, and its hunt for Jim Vance and the others became a relentless crusade. The fire didn't end the war. It escalated it into a final bloody chapter that would lead to pitched battles, arrests, and ultimately, the gallows. The tragedy, in the end, belonged to everyone. The ashes of the McCoy cabin were the funeral pyre not just for Alifair and Calvin, but for any hope of a peaceful resolution. It left a permanent scar on the community, deepening the lines of hatred and distrust that would poison the valley for another generation. The true wreckage wasn't a burned-out foundation on a Kentucky hillside. It was the countless broken lives, both Hatfield and McCoy, left behind in the wake of a single night of unimaginable violence. The New Year's massacre didn't just burn down a cabin, it set fire to the unwritten rules of the feud. The law didn't just cross the tug fork anymore, it kicked down the door. Frank Phillips and his posse, now acting with the full fury of the Kentucky government behind them, hunted the raiders with a vengeance. Several Hatfields and their allies were captured, bound, and dragged across the river to stand trial in Pikeville. To the state of Kentucky, this was the legitimate capture of fugitive murderers. To West Virginia, it was an armed invasion and a kidnapping. The clash was no longer just between two families, it was between two states. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. Imagine that. A blood feud born of stolen pigs and mountain pride was now being debated by the highest legal minds in the nation. In a landmark decision, the court sided with Kentucky, ruling that they had the right to prosecute the captured men. It was a stunning moment. For the first time, the formal black-robed law of the outside world had officially superseded the ancient, bloody code of the mountains. The federal government had declared that the tug fork was not a border between two kingdoms, but simply a line on a map that justice could cross at will. The Pikeville courthouse became a theater for this culture clash. On one side stood the machinery of the law, prosecutors in starched collars, law books filled with complex language, and a judge who represented a power far greater than any clan patriarch. On the other side stood the accused, men like Ellison Cottontop Mounts. He was a rough-hewn product of the mountains, a man who lived by a code of loyalty to his kin, and whose understanding of justice was likely settled with a fist or a firearm. He sat in the courtroom, a bewildered and defiant figure, as his fate was debated in a language he barely understood. The community was torn in two. For the McCoys and their sympathizers, who packed the Kentucky side of the courtroom, this was divine retribution. They didn't see Cotton Top Mounts the man. They saw the embodiment of the Hatfield clan, the face of the evil that had burned down Sarah's home and murdered her children. Every word of the prosecution was a vindication of their suffering. But across the river and among the Hatfield allies, the trial was seen as a sham, a legal lynching. They saw Cotton Top not as a criminal, but as a political prisoner, a scapegoat being sacrificed to satisfy a Kentucky vendetta. He was their martyr. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and certain as a Hatfield bullet. Guilty. The sentence was even more final. Death by hanging. The law, which had for so long been a distant and irrelevant concept, had finally bared its teeth. Its judgment was absolute, and it promised a public, orderly, and legal end to a man's life, a stark contrast to the chaotic, passionate violence that had defined the feud for decades. But was it true justice? That's the question that still hangs over the valley. Cotton Top Mounts was just a follower, rumored to be simple-minded, a man caught up in the powerful currents of clan loyalty. The masterminds of the raid, Jim Vance and Cap Hatfield, had escaped the noose. Vance was already dead, shot by Frank Phillips, and Cap would eventually be pardoned. The law had claimed its pound of flesh, and the hanging of Cotton Top Mounts officially marked the end of the feud. But for many, it felt less like a resolution and more like a final bitter irony. A war started by powerful men had ended with the execution of one of their weakest soldiers. So, what became of the men who brought hell to Sarah McCoy's doorstep? Did they face a reckoning of their own? The answer, like everything in this story, is a tangled mess of violence, irony, and unsatisfying justice. The fates of the Hatfield leaders show that in the mountains, the ledger of right and wrong is rarely balanced so neatly. Jim Vance, the old wolf of the clan, the man widely believed to have delivered the crippling blow to Sarah's head, met a fittingly violent end. He was hunted relentlessly by Frank Phillips, who pursued him not with a warrant, but with the cold fury of an avenger. In January 1888, just weeks after the massacre, Phillips cornered Vance in the woods. There was no trial, no judge. There was only a final, brutal shootout. Jim Vance, who had lived his life by the gun, died by the gun, his body left in the frozen wilderness. For the McCoys, this was the only kind of justice they could truly understand. But for the others, the law's judgment was far more elusive. Cap Hatfield, Devil Anse's hot-headed son and another leader of the raid, was a ghost to the law. He dodged posses and hid in the mountains until the political winds shifted. Thanks to the bitter jurisdictional disputes between Kentucky and West Virginia, Cap was eventually granted a pardon. He never spent a day in jail for the New Year's raid. In a twist of staggering irony, the man who had acted as judge, jury, and executioner in Sarah's yard went on to become a lawyer and land agent, living a long and prosperous life. He died an old man, a respected member of his community, the blood of that night, a distant, unpunished memory. And what of the patriarch himself, Devil Anse Hatfield? He was the man in whose name it was all done, yet he never faced a single legal consequence for the feud. He outlived Randall McCoy by a decade, transitioning from a feared clan leader to a successful timber baron. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed, became a powerful and influential family in West Virginia politics. On the surface, it seems Devil Anse won. But a strange thing happened in his old age. In 1911, this man who had seemed to fear neither God nor the law waded into the waters of Island Creek and was baptized. The image of the old feudist, his hands now trembling with age, seeking to wash away a lifetime of sin, suggests a man who was, in the end, haunted. He may have escaped man's law, but it seems he was making a final, desperate peace before facing a higher judgment. For the surviving McCoys, life in Pikeville was a long, quiet epilogue written in the ink of grief and exile. Randall, the proud patriarch who had refused to abandon his home, now lived out his days as a ferryman, a humbled and broken man. His children grew up under a long shadow, forever known as the feud McCoys. They couldn't escape the name. It was whispered in the general store, it followed them to school, it clung to them like the smell of wood smoke. Some tried to build new lives to distance themselves from the bloody history, but the story was a brand on their family name, a legacy of loss they would carry to their own graves. Back in the Tugfork Valley, a strange and heavy silence descended. The hanging of cotton-top mounts had drawn a formal line under the conflict, and the community, exhausted by years of violence and fear, collectively decided to bury the memory. Neighbors who had once aimed rifles at each other from opposite sides of the river now had to pass on the same dusty roads, trade at the same stores. The only way to survive was to not speak of it. The feud became the great unspeakable trauma, a ghost in the attic that everyone knew was there, but no one dared acknowledge. The healing was not a process of reconciliation, but of willed amnesia, a fragile peace built on a foundation of unspoken horror. The power dynamics of the region had been permanently redrawn. The fall of the McCoys from the Tugfork was absolute. Their land was gone, their influence shattered, their name reduced to a cautionary tale. But for the Hatfields, the feud had the opposite effect. It cemented their legend and consolidated their power in West Virginia. They transformed their notoriety into political and economic capital. Devil Anse's sons became sheriffs, lawyers, and businessmen. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed by the conflict, had emerged as a formidable Appalachian dynasty, their success built, quite literally, upon the ashes of the McCoy homestead. And in the middle of this silent, shifting landscape was the memory of Sarah. While the men's names became synonymous with the fighting, her story endured as the symbol of its true cost. She was the ghost that haunted the community's silence. The men's legacy was one of pride, violence, and shifting power. Hers was a legacy of pure, inconsolable sorrow. Long after the last shot was fired and the last grave was dug, it was the image of the broken mother, wandering the hills and calling for her lost children, that served as the feud's most chilling and enduring epitaph. If you travel to the Tugfork Valley today, you can find the place where it all happened. The state has put up a historical marker, a neat metal sign that tries to tame the wildness of the story with dates and official language. But the sign isn't what holds the power of that place. A little farther in, you can still see the foundation stones of the cabin, half buried in the earth. And you can see the old well, its stone ring, a silent, hollow mouth in the ground. To stand there is an eerie experience. The air is heavy with a profound and unsettling quiet, and you can't help but feel you are trespassing on sacred, sorrowful ground. A few miles away, in a small cemetery, you can find their names carved into weathered stone. Randall lies there, and Sarah is beside him. Their graves are simple, unadorned, the final factual statements in a story that has since become a legend. People come from all over the country now, tracing the feud's bloody map from one site to another. They take pictures of the tombstones, treating them like relics of a distant, almost mythical past. But the names etched there, McCoy, Alifair, Calvin, are a stark reminder that these were real people, with real lives that were violently, tragically cut short. The story of Sarah, however, did not get buried in that cemetery. It seeped into the soil and became part of the folklore of the hills. Long after she died, people kept telling the stories. They weren't talking about Crazy Sally anymore. They were talking about a true spirit, a haint bound to the land by the force of her grief. Hunters moving through the woods at dusk would swear they heard a woman's voice carried on the wind, whispering those two names. Travelers would tell of a sudden, bone-deep cold that would settle over them near the old cabin site, the kind of cold that has nothing to do with the weather. Her tragedy has been transformed. It's now a key chapter in the American saga of the Hatfields and McCoys, a cautionary tale told to children about the poison of hatred. It has been written into books, acted out on television, and even sung about in mournful mountain ballads. The raw, private agony of one woman has become a public ghost story, a piece of our shared dark heritage. The world remembers the feud as a story of stubborn, violent men, but it is the ghost of Sarah McCoy that gives the legend its soul-chilling power. And so, she endures. Devil Anse, Randall McCoy, Frank Phillips, they are figures of history, their actions debated and analyzed. But Sarah is a figure of pure, human tragedy. She is the mother who lost everything, the woman whose mind was broken by a sorrow too great to bear. The men's spirits may rest in the ground, their battles long over. But her spirit, the spirit of a mother's eternal, inconsolable grief, that is the one that still truly haunts these mountains. So we come back to the question we asked at the beginning. How does a person become a ghost while they are still breathing? The life of Sarah McCoy gives us the terrible answer. She was neither a hero nor a villain in this legendary war. She was the battlefield itself. The men fought over honor, land, and pride. It was on cost was tallied. Her story strips away any romance from the feud and shows truth. The deepest wounds aren't made the memories they leave behind. In the end, this is a story about the terrible conflict fueled by pride. The price is always paid innocent. It is a brutal lesson that a mother's love, the most powerful, cannot shield her consequences of the foolishness of men. The one left behind to count the graves and remember the screams. The names Hatfield and McCoy are books, symbols of a uniquely American conflict. But while their war is long over, her sorrow endures. And that, my friends, is the true ballad of the Tug Fork Valley. A story not of the men's is the true ballad of the Tug Fork Valley. A story not of the men who fired the guns, but of the mother whose unending grit haunted. When we think of train robbers, we picture cowboys on horseback chasing a locomotive across the open prairie. But what if the crime wasn't set against an endless sky, but in the pitch-black throat of a mountain? On October 23, 1901, the most luxurious train in Appalachia, the fast-flying Virginian, saw a red signal and slowed to a stop inside tunnel number 19. For the hundreds of sleeping passengers, it was just a minor delay. For the crew up front, it was the beginning of a nightmare. The men who emerged from the darkness weren't romantic bandits. They were something new, more ruthless. So what really happened inside that tunnel? And why has this brutal crime been almost completely forgotten? In the early 1900s, the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was more than just tracks. It was a steel artery pumping life through the heart of Appalachia. It carried coal out of the mountains and brought the modern world in. And the crown jewel of the C&O line was the FFV, Limited, the fast-flying Virginian. This was no grimy freight hauler. It was a rolling palace of polished wood, plush velvet, and gleaming brass, a symbol of progress and prosperity slicing through the ancient, brooding hills. On board were wealthy industrialists, politicians, and families, dining in luxury or sleeping soundly in Pullman cars, utterly disconnected from the rugged land they were passing through. This land, the Allegheny Mountains of Virginia, was a world of stark contrasts. Small towns like Jerry's Run were nestled in valleys where life had followed the rhythm of the seasons for generations. But the railroad had changed everything. It brought jobs, money, and a new kind of tension. And it bred a new kind of man, caught between the old ways and the encroaching industrial age. The Flippin and Jenkins brothers were products of this world. George and Charles Flippin, Jack and Gus Jenkins. These weren't outsiders. They were local men. Rumor had it some of them had once worked for the C&O, their hands calloused by the same railroad they now saw as a target. They knew its schedules, its procedures, and its weaknesses. They weren't faceless bandits. They were neighbors, men who understood the land and the steel river that ran through it. They saw the FFV not as a symbol of progress, but as a fat prize, a rolling bank vault just waiting to be cracked. And in the heart of this territory lay tunnel number 19. It wasn't just a hole in a mountain. It was long, it was curved, and it was pitch black. Once a train entered, its engineer was blind to what was on the other side. For the passengers, it was a momentary darkness. But for men with local knowledge and a grudge, it was the perfect choke point. It was a natural trap designed by the mountain itself. And so, on that cool October night, the world held its breath. The luxurious FFV sped through the darkness, a cocoon of light and warmth. Inside the mail car, an express agent named Charles K. Bobbitt went about his duties, guarding the money and securities that were the lifeblood of the region's economy. He was just a man doing his job, unaware that 4 local men were waiting in the shadows, ready to turn his ordinary night into a legend of violence and greed. Little did anyone on that train know, the modern world was about to collide with the brutal reality of the mountains. Just after 10 o'clock, as the FFV Limited thundered towards Tunnel 19, the engineer saw a familiar sight. A single red light glowing in the distance, the universal signal to stop. He did what any railroad man would do. He slowed the massive engine, easing it into the gaping mouth of the tunnel, expecting a simple delay. And that's when the trap snapped shut. Out of the inky blackness, shadows detached themselves from the rock walls. Before the engineer or his fireman could react, armed men were swarming the locomotive. Imagine the terror. In front of them, the suffocating darkness of the tunnel. Behind them, hundreds of sleeping passengers who had trusted their lives to them. And right beside them, the cold glint of revolver barrels in the firebox glow. There was no negotiation. There was no room to run. The robbers' orders were precise and chillingly calm. They weren't interested in the passengers' jewelry or the cash in their wallets. They had a single, high-valued target. At gunpoint, they forced the engineer to perform an act of surgical precision. He had to uncouple the engine, along with the mail and baggage car directly behind it, from the rest of the train. With a loud metallic shriek, the connection was broken. The point of no return had been crossed. The robbers now commanded a ghost train, an engine and a single priceless car, pulling away from the main train and out the other side of the tunnel. The rest of the FFV, with its hundreds of oblivious souls, sat silent and dead on the tracks, abandoned in the dark heart of the mountain, their world of comfort and safety suddenly and irrevocably severed. Isolated from the main train, the mail car was now a steel coffin on wheels. Inside, Express Agent Charles Bobbitt knew he was in trouble. He heard the commotion, the decoupling of the cars, and he barricaded the heavy doors. The robbers shouted for him to open up. He refused. He was a railroad man, and this car was his responsibility. Their answer came not in words, but in a deafening roar that shook the very mountain. The outlaws didn't waste time on persuasion. They used dynamite. The massive car door, built to withstand nearly anything, was simply gone, reduced to a cloud of splinters and stinging, acrid dust. Through the settling smoke, the gang stormed the breach. And they saw him. Charles Bobbitt, wounded by the blast, but not broken. He was on his feet, revolver in hand, a lone guardian amidst the wreckage. What happened next was not a negotiation. It was a furious, echoing chaos in a cramped steel box. The small space was filled with the bark of pistols and the blinding flash of muzzle fire. It was over in seconds. When the ringing in their ears subsided, only one side was left standing. Charles Bobbitt lay on the floor of his car, a silent testament to a duty he refused to abandon, even in the face of certain death. Stepping over the fallen agent, the gang went to work with cold precision. They ripped open the safes, stuffing canvas bags with cash and securities. Their haul was estimated between $10,000 and $40,000, what would be well over $1 million today. With their prize secured, they didn't linger. Bags heavy with the railroad's lifeblood, they slipped out of the ruined car and melted back into the Appalachian night. The same forest that had birthed them now swallowed them whole, leaving behind only silence, smoke, and a hero lying on the floor. Back in the tunnel, confusion curdled into fear. The passengers of the FFV Limited sat in absolute darkness and silence, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. When the train crew finally made their way forward through the cars, they found what the robbers had left behind. Nothing. The engine and mail car had simply vanished. It was only when they emerged from the far end of the tunnel on foot that they saw the scene of the crime. There, sitting alone on the tracks, was the locomotive and the brutalized mail car, its door blasted open like a gaping wound. Inside, amidst the wreckage and the smell of gunpowder, they found Charles Bobbitt. Against all odds, he was alive. Riddled with bullets and wounded by the dynamite blast, he was clinging to life with a tenacity that defied belief. He became an instant hero, the man who stared down the barrel of a gun and refused to back down. His survival was a miracle, a small point of light in an otherwise dark and vicious crime. The Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was a corporate giant, and this was not just a theft, it was a declaration of war. An attack on their flagship train was an attack on their authority and their very honor. They responded with overwhelming force. Their own police force was mobilized, and they called in the best and most ruthless help money could buy, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not local sheriffs. They were the infamous strikebreakers and union busters who would later become feared enforcers for the coal barons. They were professional manhunters, and they descended on the Alleghenies with a single-minded purpose. A massive manhunt began. The news spread like wildfire along the telegraph lines that crisscrossed the mountains. A huge reward was offered, turning neighbors into potential informants. The world was changing fast, and the dense Appalachian forests, once an impenetrable sanctuary for outlaws, were now surrounded by a network of technology and law. The gang might have known the woods like the back of their hand, but they were now trapped within them. Fear and rumor swept through the valleys. Every stranger was viewed with suspicion. People whispered stories about the brutal dynamite attack, about the bravery of the express agent, and about the audacious local boys who had dared to challenge the mighty C&O. The Flippin' Jenkins gang had pulled off the perfect crime, but in doing so, they had brought the full weight of the industrial world crashing down upon their heads. The mountains that had been their shield were now becoming their cage. The Appalachian forests couldn't hold them forever. The gang's downfall wasn't a dramatic last stand in a mountain hollow, but a quiet betrayal by the very thing they stole. They began spending the new, crisp banknotes, money that was as traceable in that era as a marked bill is today. Informants, lured by the massive reward, took note. One by one, the Baldwin Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, tracked them down. Within weeks, the Flippin' Jenkins gang was in chains. Their trial was a major event in the quiet county. The courthouse was packed to the rafters, with a tense mix of curious locals, grim-faced railroad officials, and heavily armed guards. It felt less like a quest for truth and more like a show of force. This wasn't a dispute between neighbors. This was the C&O Railroad, a titan of industry, making it clear that its domain was absolute. The lawyers for the prosecution, funded by the railroad, were sharp and merciless, painting a picture of pure, unadulterated evil. In the defendant's box sat the four men, no longer the masters of the dark tunnel, but pale and exposed under the harsh light of the courtroom. There were no romantic pronouncements, no defiant speeches for the newspapers. By all accounts, they were sullen and defeated. They were local men, known in their communities, now stripped of all power, facing a legal machine they had no hope of overcoming. They were men of the mountains, but they were being judged by the unyielding law of the modern world. The evidence was overwhelming. The testimony of the train crew, the recovered loot, their own confessions, it all formed an ironclad case. The defense attorneys could do little more than go through the motions. The outcome was never in doubt. This trial wasn't about determining guilt or innocence, it was about delivering a message. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and decisive as the dynamite blast they had used. Guilty on all counts. And the sentence was a living death, life in the Virginia State Penitentiary. There was no glory, no ballad sung of their deeds. They weren't hanged and turned into martyrs. They were simply erased, condemned to fade away into the anonymity of the prison system. So, was this justice? For the railroad, absolutely. For Charles Bobbitt, who carried the scars for the rest of his life, it most certainly was. But for the people watching, it felt like something else. It was the cold, efficient justice of a corporation, a power that could reach into the deepest parts of Appalachia and extinguish any who dared to challenge it. The Flippin' Jenkins gang were violent criminals, but their fate was also a stark warning to everyone in the mountains. The old ways were over. The railroad was king. So what became of the Flippin' Jenkins gang, the men who brought terror to the FFV Limited? They didn't become folk heroes like Jesse James. There were no daring escapes, no ballads sung of their exploits. They simply vanished into the stone walls of the Virginia Penitentiary. They lived out their days as anonymous numbers in the prison system, their names and their crime fading from public memory until they died. Forgotten men paying a long, slow price for a few minutes of violent greed. But what about the true hero of that night? Express Agent Charles K. Bobbitt. His story is the one that deserves to be remembered. He not only survived his horrific wounds, but he became a symbol of courage for the C&O Railroad. The company rewarded him for his bravery, and he continued to work on the railroad he had defended with his life, serving faithfully until his retirement. He didn't seek fame or glory. He was a quiet, dutiful man who, when tested by fire and dynamite, proved to be stronger than steel. And what of the stage for this drama? Tunnel 19 still cuts through the mountain near Jerry's Run, Virginia. The FFV Limited is long gone, a ghost of a more elegant age, but the steel artery remains. Freight trains, the modern workhorses of the railroad, still thunder through that same darkness, their powerful horns echoing in the valleys. For the engineers today, it's just another tunnel, a number on a map. Most have no idea that they are passing through the scene of one of the most audacious and brutal crimes in Appalachian history. But a story this violent leaves more than just physical marks. It leaves a legend. For over a century, a whisper has persisted in the hills around Jerry's Run, the rumor of lost gold. The story goes that the gang, in their frantic escape, managed to bury a portion of their loot somewhere in the dense woods. Even now, locals and treasure hunters armed with metal detectors still comb the mountainsides, searching for a fortune that likely never existed outside of campfire tales. It seems the lure of the robbers' gold has lasted far longer than the memory of the men themselves. The official records may gather dust, but the mountains, they remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning. Why has this crime, so bold and so brutal, been almost completely erased from history? The answer lies in the crime itself. There was no romance here. This was not a story of noble outlaws fighting a corrupt system. This was a story of dynamite, greed, and a cold-blooded attack on a man just doing his job. It was a calculated industrial crime, born from the soot and steel of a new era, and it didn't fit the clean, romantic narrative of the Wild West that America wanted to believe. The mythology of the prairie, with its wide-open spaces, simply overshadowed the dark, complex reality of the mountains. The story of the Tunnel 19 robbery is a stark reminder that the history of Appalachia is not one of simple hillbillies or quaint folk tales. It's a story of profound and often violent collision between old ways and new technology, between the code of the mountains and the law of the corporation. The Flippin' Jenkins gang weren't cowboys. They were a new breed of industrial bandits, as much a product of the railroad as the coal it carried. And in their swift and ignominious end, we see the raw power of the industrial world asserting its dominance over the old frontier. But if there is a lesson here, it is not just one of cruelty. It's also found in the quiet courage of a man like Charles K. Bobbitt, an ordinary man who, when plunged into the heart of darkness, refused to break. He represents the other side of the Appalachian spirit, not the outlaw defiance, but the deep-rooted resilience, the sense of duty, and the simple, unshakable will to endure. His legacy, though quieter, is far more powerful than any lost gold. It reminds us that true grit isn't found in taking a prize, but in protecting what's entrusted to you, no matter the cost. For 3 days in the summer of 1889, the town of Hazard, Kentucky, was a war zone. The courthouse wasn't a place of law, but a brick fortress under siege. An army of nearly 100 men, led by a hired killer known only as Bad Tom Smith, had come to take the town by force, and the streets echoed with the constant crack of Winchester rifles. The newspapers called it the bloody end of a clan feud over money and power. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth was deeper, rooted in honor, betrayal, and a code of justice written in blood. Today, we're going to separate the gunsmoke from the legend. We'll find out how a political dispute exploded into open warfare, and how one man's death on the gallows marked the end of an entire era in Appalachia. Before the bullets flew, Hazard, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, nestled deep in the rugged heart of Perry County. This wasn't a peaceful mountain hollow, it was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The hills were rich with timber and the black promise of coal, and the man who controlled the town controlled that wealth. Here, power wasn't held by a mayor in a starched collar. Power was the sheriff who was your kin, the judge who owed you a favor, and a rifle that never missed its mark. The air was thick with the tension of a storm that had been gathering for years. On one side stood the French clan. They were the old guard of Appalachia, people whose roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks. They lived and breathed the unwritten laws of the mountains. Honor was more valuable than gold. An insult to your family was an act of war, and you settled your debts yourself, blood for blood. Led by Joseph C. French, they saw Perry County as their birthright, a sacred trust passed down through generations. To them, the coming of new laws and outside money felt like an invasion. Challenging them were the Eversoles and their powerful allies, the Combs family. They were the new force, more ambitious, more connected to the changing world beyond the mountains. Their unofficial leader, Josiah Combs, was a shrewd politician who saw a future paved with railroads and fueled by coal money. They believed the old ways of the French clan were holding the county back. They wanted to bring in progress, even if it meant tearing down the old world to build their new one. There was no middle ground in Hazard. You were either with the French or you were with the Eversoles. Every election for sheriff became an armed standoff. Every court case was a test of loyalty. The town was split down the middle, a simmering cauldron of suspicion and whispered threats. You chose your side, and you prayed it was the winning one. The official story says their feud was born of politics and greed, a fight for control of the county's resources. But the mountains remember things the official records leave out. Old folks still whisper the other stories around the fire. Some say it all started when an Eversole man publicly shamed a woman from the French family, an unforgivable sin. Others talk of a high-stakes poker game where a deed to a valuable piece of land was lost on a crooked hand, and the argument that followed was settled with a pistol. Whatever the first spark was, it no longer mattered. A decade of bad blood, of small ambushes on lonely roads and threats exchanged on the courthouse steps, had turned the simmer into a rolling boil. These two families, these two visions of Appalachia, were on a collision course, and they were about to drag the entire town of Hazard into a war from which no one would walk away clean. The simmering feud had reached a stalemate of blood and fear. Ambushes on lonely roads and threats in crowded saloons were getting them nowhere. The French clan, feeling the pressure, realized that the old ways of fighting weren't enough. The Eversoles, with their political connections, were chipping away at their power. To win, they needed more than just loyal kinsmen. They needed a weapon, a human weapon who knew neither fear nor pity. And so, they sent out the call. They found him in the dark corners of the mountains, a man whose name was already a legend, whispered with a shudder, Tom Smith. But no one called him Tom. He was bad Tom Smith. He wasn't a French by blood. He was a mercenary, a regulator they called them back then, an angel of death with a Winchester rifle. They said he was tall, silent, with eyes as cold and grey as a winter river. The stories claimed he killed his first man at 16 and could shoot the eye out of a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He wasn't just a gunman, he was a force of nature. The French clan didn't just hire him, they unleashed him. With the arrival of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard changed. The scattered violence stopped. In its place began a systematic campaign of terror. Smith became the marshal of the French clan, their chief enforcer, and he brought a cold, calculated brutality to the conflict. Their primary target was the heart of the Eversole power structure, Sheriff Joe Eversole and his deputies. The feud was no longer about honor, it was about extermination. The final line was crossed on a quiet evening, a moment that would be seared into the memory of Perry County forever. Nicholas Combs, a close and powerful ally of the Eversoles, was at home with his family. There was no warning, no challenge shouted in the street, just the sudden deafening blast of a rifle from the darkness. Nicholas Combs was shot dead on his own doorstep, in front of his wife and children. This wasn't a gunfight, it was an execution. The news spread through Hazard like a plague, and the town froze in a state of collective shock. For the Eversoles and their allies, grief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard rage. They now knew this was a fight to the death. The French clan had declared that there were no more rules, no more lines that wouldn't be crossed. The time for talking and maneuvering was over. They would fortify, they would arm themselves, and they would prepare for the final battle. The summer of 1889 arrived with a suffocating heat, and with it, the final storm. The French clan decided the time for waiting was over. They were coming for Hazard. They didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness. Led by the cold-eyed Tom Smith, nearly 100 men marched into town in broad daylight. Their boots kicked up the dust of Main Street, the sun glinting off the barrels of the Winchesters resting on their shoulders. This wasn't an attack, it was an invasion. Warned of their approach, the Eversoles and their men had turned the brick courthouse into a fortress. The windows were no longer glass. They were dark, jagged mouths, framed with sandbags and rifle muzzles. Snipers lay waiting on the roof, their eyes scanning the streets below. The town held its breath, the silence stretched thin and tight, and then a single shot cracked the air. The world dissolved into a storm of lead. For the people of Hazard, not aligned with either clan, the world became a cage. Women dragged their children into root cellars, their hands pressed over their children's ears as if they could block out the sounds that would haunt them forever. The constant whine of bullets, the splintering of wood as a stray round tore through a porch railing, the sharp metallic clang of a slug embedding itself in a cast-iron stove. A farmer, caught on the wrong side of the street when the shooting began, made a desperate run for home. He didn't make it. His body lay in the dusty road, a grim testament that in this war there were no innocent bystanders. Through the haze of gunsmoke, across the bullet-scarred square, two men found each other. Bad Tom Smith, using a wooden post for cover, and Sheriff Joe Eversole, firing from a shattered courthouse window. It became a personal duel in the heart of the chaos. Bullets tore splinters from the wood, inches from Smith's head. Brick dust exploded from the courthouse wall just beside the sheriff's face. This wasn't just a clan war anymore. It was a battle of two wills, two warriors deciding the fate of the town with every pull of the trigger. Day bled into night, and the shooting never truly stopped. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. Inside the courthouse, the last of the water was gone. Thirst became an enemy as deadly as the rifles outside. The French clan controlled the streets, but they couldn't breach the brick walls. The Eversoles held the fortress, but they couldn't break the siege. Hazard was a town held hostage by its own sons, a stalemate of iron and lead, where every sunrise brought the certainty of more death. The war had come, and it had consumed everything. It wasn't a bullet that ended the war. It was a sound that didn't belong in the mountains of Perry County, the steady, rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots on a dusty road. Word of the siege had finally reached the governor, and he had sent in the state militia. They marched into Hazard not as peacemakers, but as an occupying army, their blue uniforms and gleaming bayonets a shocking sight against the backdrop of the battered town. This was a force that answered to no clan, a law that could not be bought or intimidated. The crack of rifles faltered, then died out completely. A stunned silence fell over the streets. From the rooftops and shattered windows, the fighters of the French clan stared in disbelief. They were prepared to die fighting the Eversoles, but they had no plan for this. This was a power they couldn't comprehend. With their siege broken and a new, unstoppable enemy in their midst, they did the only thing they could. They melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, vanishing like ghosts into the forest. Slowly, the doors of the courthouse creaked open. The Eversoles and their men emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight, their faces grimed with sweat and gunpowder. They were the victors of the siege, but they surveyed their town with the eyes of defeated men. The streets were scarred, buildings were pocked with bullet holes, and in the silence, the cost of their victory was all too clear. The war was over, but Hazard was a wound that would take generations to heal. The state militia didn't care about old grudges or who fired the first shot. They came to restore order, and their justice was swift and impartial. Warrants were issued for men on both sides. The local law, which had been a tool of the clans for so long, was swept aside. One by one, the men who had turned Hazard into a battlefield were rounded up, their rifles replaced with iron shackles. The era of mountain law was being extinguished right before their eyes. But there was one man the state wanted more than any other. One name that became the symbol of the entire bloody feud: Bad Tom Smith. He was the hired gun, the merciless enforcer. To the state, he wasn't just a participant, he was the disease. A massive manhunt was launched, with a price on his head that echoed through every corner of Kentucky. The war for Hazard was over, but the hunt for Bad Tom Smith had just begun. Bad Tom Smith was finally captured, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly, cornered and out of options. The authorities knew a trial in Perry County would be a farce. No jury would dare convict him. They'd be too afraid of the clan's retribution. So they took him away, far from the mountains that had been his hunting ground, to a place where the name Bad Tom Smith was just a headline in a newspaper, not a boogeyman in the night. His fate would be decided by the law of men, not the code of the mountains. The trial was a sensation, the greatest legal spectacle Kentucky had seen in years. The courtroom was packed every day. Farmers, lawyers, and ladies in fine hats all crowded onto the wooden benches, craning their necks to get a look at the legendary killer. Armed guards stood at every door, a visible sign that even here the fear of clan warfare lingered. This wasn't just a trial, it was a public dissection of the wild, violent world of the feuds, and the whole state was watching. But the man who sat in the defendant's chair was not the monster the crowd expected to see. The cold-eyed killer was gone. In his place sat a quiet, somber man. The stories that trickled out of the jail were bizarre. Bad Tom Smith, the terror of Hazard, had found his days reading the Bible and praying with a preacher. Some in the courtroom smirked, calling it a desperate ploy for sympathy. But others who looked into his eyes saw not a cunning act, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, a man preparing his soul for a final judgment. The prosecution painted him as the devil himself, a cold-blooded murderer for hire who brought a new level of savagery to an old feud. They paraded witnesses who spoke of his reign of terror, their voices shaking as they recalled the murder of Nicholas Combs. His defense lawyers tried to argue that he was merely a soldier that in the mountains of Perry County, killing was just another tool of politics. But it was no use. The state didn't just want a conviction, it needed a symbol. The jury was out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back into the silent courtroom, their faces were stone. The foreman stood, unfolded a piece of paper, and in a clear voice that seemed to echo off the high ceilings, he pronounced the word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The judge banged his gavel, and when silence was restored, he passed the sentence. Bad. Tom Smith was to be taken from this place and hanged by the neck until dead. Was it justice? Perhaps. But as Bad Tom was led away in chains, a question hung in the air. The powerful men who had hired his gun, the clan leaders who had profited from the chaos and fanned the flames of hatred for years, they would face lesser charges or walk free altogether. The state needed to make an example, to prove that the age of the feudists was over. They needed a sacrifice on the altar of law and order, and they had found it in the one man whose reputation was black enough to carry the sins of all the others. With the death of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard was truly over. The iron fist of the state had crushed the feud. The French and Eversole clans, bled dry by the conflict and their leaders either imprisoned or disgraced, saw their power shatter. The future that the Eversoles had fought for, one of industry and outside investment, did come to pass, but it wasn't their victory. The coal companies and the railroads moved in, a force far more powerful than any mountain clan. They bought the land, built their towns, and established a new order that had no room for the old codes of honor and blood. The era of the clans was over. Today, Hazard is a modern town. The old bricks, the fortress at the heart of the siege, is long gone, replaced by a newer building. People walk the square where the battle raged, conducting business, running errands, most of them completely unaware that they are treading on ground once soaked in blood and black powder. The bullet scars have been plastered over, the ghosts paved into the asphalt. The town moved on, as towns do, burying its violent past beneath a foundation of progress. But the mountains don't forget so easily. If you know where to look, the echoes remain. Drive about an hour north to the town of Jackson, where the hanging took place, and you can find a quiet cemetery. There, under the shade of an old tree, is a simple, weathered stone marker. It marks the final resting place of Bad Tom Smith. The weird man in eastern Kentucky lies in a peaceful grave, a stark, silent contrast to the violent storm that was his life. It's a physical link, a tangible piece of the story you can still touch. The names French, Eversole, and Combs are still woven into the fabric of Perry County. You'll see them on mailboxes down quiet country roads and in the phone book. The descendants of these warring families are now neighbors, Their children play in the same schoolyards, and the great feud has faded into the realm of family legend. It's a story told by grandparents, a dark piece of folklore about a wilder time. The town may have forgotten the war, but in the hills and hollows, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that summer day in 1889. What was the Hazard War really about? Was it a fight for political office, a dispute over timber rights, or was it something deeper, something born from insulted honor or a crooked card game? In the end, the answer is that it was all of those things, and none of them. The first spark, whatever it was, had long since been consumed by a firestorm of pride and revenge. This wasn't just a feud between two families. It was the last bloody battle of a dying world against the one that was coming to replace it. This is a story etched into the very soul of Appalachia. It's a story about the fierce, indomitable spirit of the mountain people, a spirit that values loyalty and honor above all else, but one that could also curdle into a cycle of brutal, self-destructive violence. The hanging of Bad Tom Smith was more than just the execution of a single man. It was a public and deliberate message from the state of Kentucky. The unwritten laws of the mountains were finished. The age of the clan, the feud, and the regulator was being buried, and from its grave would rise a new order of coal companies, railroads, and contracts. On the day of his execution, as he stood on the gallows, Bad Tom Smith looked out at the crowd that had gathered to see him die. He was calm. He had made his peace. Before the black hood was pulled over his head, he spoke his final words, a phrase that would become an Appalachian legend, capturing the tragedy and the strange redemption of his entire life. He said, "Bad Tom Smith is dead. Good Tom Smith is going to heaven. Don't cry for me." On a snow-dusted morning in Frankfort, Kentucky, a single rifle shot cracked the winter air. The man who fell was William Goebel, and in that moment, he became the only sitting governor in American history to be assassinated. To half the state, he was a savior, a champion of the poor fighting the crushing power of the railroads. To the other half, he was a ruthless tyrant who stole an election and deserved his fate. So, was he a martyr for the common man, or a demagogue who finally met his end? Today, we trace the path that led to that fatal shot, to understand the man behind the legend and the dark truth of his murder. William Goebel was not born to the Kentucky elite. He was an outsider from the very beginning, the son of a German immigrant woodcarver who had fought for the Union Army. Growing up in Pennsylvania and later Covington, Kentucky, a bustling city across the river from Cincinnati, Goebel knew nothing of the bluegrass aristocracy or the ancient codes of the Appalachian hills. He was forged not in a mountain hollow, but in the gritty reality of a working-class border town. His inheritance wasn't land or a family name. It was a towering intellect, a bottomless ambition, and a permanent chip on his shoulder. From a young age, it was clear his mind was his greatest weapon. While other boys played, Goebel devoured books. He was a gifted student who apprenticed under the powerful politician John G. Carlyle, quickly mastering the intricate, often dirty, mechanics of law and politics. He sharpened his mind like a blade, learning that power wasn't something you were given, it was something you took inch by bloody inch. His battlefield was the courtroom and the backrooms of the State House, where he built a political machine that was ruthlessly efficient and fiercely loyal only to him. The moment that truly defined the man, the act that foreshadowed the governor, happened on the streets of Covington. Goebel, then a state senator, had a bitter rivalry with a local banker and political adversary named John Sanford. After a heated exchange of public insults, they met by chance outside Sanford's bank. Words turned to threats. Both men went for their guns. When the smoke cleared, John Sanford lay dead on the cobblestones. Goebel claimed self-defense, arguing Sanford drew first, and a jury acquitted him. But the event became his creation myth. The duel sent a chilling message across the Commonwealth. William Goebel was not a man to be trifled with. He would not be intimidated, he would not be insulted, and he would not back down, even if it meant a lethal confrontation in broad daylight. This single violent act cemented his reputation as a man of cold nerve, a political fighter who took every challenge as a personal war. It was the ultimate demonstration of his personal code. That code was a world away from the clan-based honor of the mountains. Goebel's loyalty wasn't to bloodkin, but to his political cause and the machine he built to serve it. His honor was tied to absolute victory. He saw the law not as a set of sacred principles, but as a tool, a weapon to be wielded against his enemies, the most powerful of which was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, an entity he viewed as a corporate monster strangling the life out of the common people. This was the man, forged in ambition and violence, who set his sights on the governor's chair. Long before the governor's race that would seal his fate, William Goebel was the undisputed king of the Kentucky Senate. In the years leading up to the storm, he was at the peak of his power, a brilliant and feared legislative tactician. This was Goebel in his element, not as a target, but as a hunter. His supporters didn't just respect him, they revered him. They saw a man who had clawed his way up from nothing, using his formidable intellect to fight for them in the halls of power where they had never had a voice. His life's work was a single-minded crusade against the corporate behemoths that treated Kentucky like a private colony. Chief among them was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. The L&N wasn't just a company, it was a shadow government. It owned politicians, controlled newspapers, and set freight rates so high that farmers often lost money just trying to get their crops to market. Goebel attacked them relentlessly, pushing for laws to regulate their rates, tax their vast properties, and break their stranglehold on the state's commerce. To the working man, he was David fighting Goliath. Goebel's personal life was entirely consumed by this fight. He was a lifelong bachelor, a man of simple, almost Spartan habits. He had no wife, no children, no home life to retreat to. His law office and the legislative chambers were his only sanctuary. His family was the tight-knit circle of political loyalists who stood by him, and the thousands of faceless farmers and miners who pinned their hopes on his success. The political crusade wasn't just his career, it was his entire existence. This singular focus earned him a fierce, almost fanatical loyalty from his followers. When he spoke, they heard a man who understood their struggles, who wasn't afraid to name their enemies, and who possessed the cold, hard will to do something about it. They knew he was ruthless. They knew he was a political boss who bent the rules. They didn't care. They believed he was using the devil's tools to fight the devil himself, and they loved him for it. This was the world William Goebel had built and sought to protect, a fragile coalition of the forgotten and the angry, united behind a leader as tough and unforgiving as the times themselves. It was a vision of Kentucky where the power belonged not to the boardrooms in Louisville, but to the people in the fields and the mines. This was what was at stake, and for Goebel, it was a cause worth dying for. William Goebel's greatest strength was also his most profound, fatal weakness, a righteous fury that consumed everything in its path, including the very idea of compromise. The law, he believed he was the law. Nowhere was this flaw more apparent than in the creation of the infamous Goebel election law. This wasn't just a piece of legislation, it was a masterpiece of political warfare, as brilliant as it was corrupt. Pushed through the legislature by the sheer force of his will, the law created a state election commission, a three-man board controlled entirely by his own party, with the absolute power to review county returns, throw out votes, and certify the final winner. It was a legal mechanism for stealing an election, plain and simple. Republicans and even some of his fellow Democrats were aghast. They called it a license to steal, a force bill, an act of tyranny that destroyed the sanctity of the ballot box. But Goebel was deaf to their outrage. In his unbending self-righteousness, he saw their protests not as a legitimate defense of democracy, but as the desperate squeals of the corrupt establishment he was determined to crush. He couldn't see that in his quest to slay a monster, he was becoming one himself. This arrogance made him incredibly vulnerable. He saw his enemies as politicians and lawyers who could be beaten in a courtroom or outmaneuvered in the legislature. He failed to understand that by removing any possibility of a fair fight, he was changing the rules of the game entirely. He was backing men, hard men from the mountains who lived by a different code, into a corner where they felt their only recourse was not the ballot box, but the rifle. The Goebel election law was the ultimate act of pride, the crack in his armor that ran from top to bottom. It was a declaration that he could not and would not lose. By ensuring his own victory, he unknowingly wrote his own death warrant, creating a political powder keg and then daring his enemies to light the fuse. The gubernatorial election of 1899 was not a campaign. It was a contest of pure political bloodsport. The air across Kentucky was thick with accusations of bribery, voter intimidation, and outright fraud. And hanging over it all was the specter of the Goebel election law, a weapon waiting to be used. On election day, the Commonwealth held its breath. When the initial counts were tallied, a collective gasp went through the state. The Republican, William S. Taylor, had won by a razor-thin margin of just over 2,000 votes. For a man like William Goebel, this was not just a political defeat. It was a personal and unforgivable insult. He believed the mountain counties, the Republican strongholds, had stolen the election from him through widespread corruption. The people, in his view, had been tricked. But more importantly, his perfect system, his guaranteed path to victory, had been defied. The verdict of the voters was an affront to his entire crusade, and he would not accept it. His reaction was immediate and absolute. He did not hesitate. He did not concede. He declared war. Goebel immediately filed a formal contest of the election, turning the matter over to the very commission he had created. His political machine roared to life, preparing to use the full, crushing weight of the Goebel election law to invalidate just enough votes in Republican counties to reverse the outcome. To the Republicans, this was the ultimate betrayal of democracy. They had won the fight, and now Goebel was moving to steal the prize in broad daylight. This was the moment the conflict moved from the ballot box to the barrel of a gun. Enraged by Goebel's blatant attempt to overturn the election, Republican leaders sent out a call to arms. From the mountains of eastern Kentucky, a river of angry armed men began to flow towards Frankfort. These were not politicians. They were coal miners, farmers, and feudists, men with rifles on their shoulders and generations of distrust for the bluegrass Democrats in their hearts. They came by the trainload, over 1,000 strong, to make sure their governor, William Taylor, was inaugurated and that Goebel's commission did not dare to steal their victory. Frankfort was no longer a capital, it was a tinderbox. The State House grounds became an armed camp. The local militia was called in, but their loyalties were divided. Republican mountain men, bristling with Winchesters, faced off against Goebel's Democratic enforcers. The air crackled with tension. Goebel's refusal to accept defeat, driven by his unshakable self-righteousness, was the spark. The arrival of the mountain men was the powder. All that was needed now was for someone to strike the match. The city of Frankfort was no longer governing. It was holding its breath. The sight of armed mountain men on every corner was a warning more potent than any telegram. It was a physical manifestation of the state's rage, a clear signal that the political dispute was about to be settled by older, more brutal methods. The air itself was a warning, thick with the scent of coal smoke, cheap whiskey, and the metallic odor of impending violence. Any prudent man would have seen this and searched for an escape route. But William Goebel was not a prudent man. Even within his own party, whispers of caution turned into pleas. The old guard of the Democratic Party, men who had managed Kentucky politics for decades through careful compromise and backroom deals, were terrified. They saw Goebel's hardline stance not as strength, but as a form of madness that was about to tear the Commonwealth apart. They urged him to find a political solution, to let the courts decide, to offer some concession that would allow the armed men to go home. Goebel viewed their advice with contempt. He saw them as weak, as part of the very establishment that had allowed the railroads to grow so powerful in the first place. His own bodyguards, former lawmen chosen for their nerve and loyalty, begged him to take precautions. They saw the cold, hard looks in the eyes of the mountain men. They knew a dozen good places for an ambush between Goebbels' hotel and the state capital. They pleaded with him to vary his routine, to take a carriage, to stay indoors until the legislature had officially declared him governor. Goebbels refused. To show fear in his mind was to show weakness. He would walk the same path to the capital every day in open defiance. It was a daily act of political theater, a silent declaration that he was not afraid of these railroad thugs. You have to understand, Goebbels was so completely consumed by his crusade that he was blind to the nature of the threat. He saw the armed men not as a legitimate popular uprising, but as a rented army, paid for by the L&N Railroad. He believed they were bluffing, a show of force meant to intimidate him. He could not comprehend that for these men, this was not about money. It was about honor. They believed their votes had been stolen, their will had been spat upon, and they were prepared to kill and die to defend it. Every action he took pushed the situation closer to the brink. He pressed forward with the election contest, showing no signs of slowing down. He made public statements that were defiant and inflammatory, pouring fuel on an already raging fire. Each day that he walked, chin held high, past the glowering crowds of his armed enemies, he was rejecting another chance for peace. He was making his choice over and over again. With every warning ignored and every offer of caution rebuffed, the path narrowed. He had slammed and bolted every exit. The political machinery for overturning the election ground forward, and in response, the informal machinery of mountain justice began to grind as well. A violent outcome was no longer a possibility. It was an appointment William Goebbels was striding with grim determination to keep. On the night of January 29, 1900, Frankfurt was a city holding its breath in the dark. The state teetered on the precipice of civil war. It was on this night, in the tense quiet of his room at the Capitol Hotel, that William Goebbels was presented with one last, clear chance to walk away from the abyss. The offer came not from his enemies, but from his oldest friends, the seasoned democratic leaders who now saw the abyss yawning before them. They came to him not as politicians, but as men pleading for the life of a friend and the soul of their state. They laid out a compromise, a final, desperate off-ramp. They would broker a deal with the Republican leadership. Both Goebbels and Taylor would stand down, and a new, fair election would be held under the supervision of a neutral committee. It was a path back from the brink, a way to let the armed men go home and settle the matter with ballots, not bullets. It would cost Goebbels the governor's chair for now, but it would save his life. For a long moment, the fate of Kentucky hung in the air of that smoke-filled room. You can just imagine the scene, the earnest, fearful faces of his allies, the muffled sounds of the armed camp outside, and William Goebbels, silent, listening. This was his final crossroads. He could accept the compromise, live to fight another day, and pull his state back from the edge of chaos. He could choose life, or he could choose his crusade. But to William Goebbels, compromise was just a prettier word for surrender. In his mind, to accept their offer was to admit that the L&N Railroad's army of thugs could stare down the will of the people and win. It was a betrayal of every farmer, every miner, every forgotten man who had placed his faith in him. A cold fire burned in his eyes. He cut his friends off with a sharp wave of his hand and gave them his answer. He would not back down. The election contest would proceed. He would be governor. And in that moment, in that quiet hotel room, the decision was made. He consciously and deliberately rejected the final offer of peace. His friends left his room that night with the heavy hearts of men who had just left awake. William Goebbels stood alone, looking out his window toward the darkened dome of the old state capitol. He had an appointment to keep with destiny, and William Goebbels was not a man to be late. The morning of January 30th was bitter cold. A thin blanket of snow covered Frankfurt, muffling the sounds of the city and painting the world in shades of grey and white. William Goebel buttoned his overcoat and stepped out into the frigid air. As always, 2 bodyguards fell into step beside him. It was a short walk from his hotel to the old state capital, a walk he had made countless times, a walk that had become a daily act of defiance against the armed men who watched him from every corner. He was not thinking about rifles. He was thinking about victory. The legislature was set to meet that day, and he knew he had the votes. The long, brutal fight was almost over. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of grim-faced men in wool coats and slouch hats. Their glares were meaningless. He was a creature of the law, of legislative maneuvering, of the backroom deal. The raw, physical threat of these mountain men felt primitive, almost irrelevant, to the game he was about to win. As he approached the Capitol grounds, the familiar crunch of his boots on the snow-covered path was the only sound in his world. He walked past the iron fountain, its water frozen into a silent sculpture. The grey limestone facade of the Capitol building loomed before him, the symbol of the prize he had fought for his entire life. The world narrowed to that single point, that doorway through which he would walk in a matter of hours as the rightful governor of Kentucky. Then a sound, sharp and violent, split the winter air. It wasn't the sound of an argument or a carriage backfiring. It was a single, dry crack, like a massive tree branch snapping in the frozen woods. It was a sound of finality. For an instant, William Goebel felt nothing. Then a giant, invisible hand seemed to slam into his chest, stealing his breath and knocking him from his feet. The world pitched sideways, the grey sky and the stone Capitol swapping places. He was on the ground, the impossible cold of the snow soaking through his coat, a white-hot fire spreading through his body. He looked up, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. Confusion gave way to a strange, chilling clarity. He saw the panicked faces of his bodyguards leaning over him. He could hear shouting now, a chaos of running feet and horrified screams erupting around him. He knew, in that moment, that the game was over. The rules had been changed. As his friends knelt by his side, he is said to have summoned his last reserve of strength, forcing out the words that would become his own epitaph. "Tell my friends to be brave and fearless and loyal to the common people." The echo of the rifle shot faded, leaving behind it a new and terrible silence. The political argument that had torn Kentucky apart for months was suddenly, permanently over. A single, unseen finger had pulled a trigger, and in the space of a heartbeat had plunged a Commonwealth into darkness. Panic seized the Capitol. The single shot had shattered the fragile truce, and in its place was pure chaos. Goebel's allies, their faces masks of fury and disbelief, swarmed around their fallen leader. They lifted his bleeding body from the frozen ground and carried him, not to a hospital, but back to the Capitol Hotel. The hotel, which had been his political headquarters, was about to become his death chamber, his hospital, and, for a few fleeting days, the governor's mansion. Inside, as doctors worked frantically to save him, Goebel drifted in and out of consciousness. The bullet had torn through his lung, and every breath was an agony. But in the moments of lucidity, his state of mind was not one of regret or fear. It was one of cold, unyielding resolve. His body was a ruin, but his mind was still a fortress. He was told the legislature was in an uproar, that his enemies were in disarray. He knew, even as his life was draining away, that this was his moment. The assassin's bullet had not ended his fight. It had given him the final weapon he needed to win it. While Goebel lay dying, his political machine, the most formidable in Kentucky, executed its final, brilliant, and ruthless maneuver. With the Capitol in an uproar and the Republicans reeling from the accusation of murder, the Democratic-controlled legislature moved with breathtaking speed. They met in a chaotic session, officially invalidated the election results from the mountain counties, and declared William Goebel the rightful governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so, in one of the most surreal and desperate acts in American political history, the Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court was rushed to Goble's bedside. In that hotel room, heavy with the smell of chloroform and fear, surrounded by his weeping allies, the dying man raised his right hand. He swore the oath of office, his voice a ragged whisper. For 3 agonizing days, a ghost governed Kentucky from a deathbed. His first and only act was to sign an order disbanding the state militia that protected his rival. On February the 3rd, 1900, the fight finally went out of him. The end of his road had come. William Goble, the 34th governor of Kentucky, was dead. His war, however, was just beginning. The shot that killed William Goble did not bring peace. It unleashed a plague. His death was not the end of a war, but the beginning of a long and bitter occupation of the soul of Kentucky. The wreckage left behind was not measured in broken buildings, but in shattered lives and a poison of suspicion and hatred that seeped into the very soil of the Commonwealth for a generation. His personal tragedy immediately became everyone's tragedy. For his political allies, victory was a poisoned chalice. His lieutenant governor, J.C.W. Beckham, now sat in the governor's chair, but the office was haunted. They had won power, but it was power consecrated in blood, and now they were bound by a sacred duty to avenge their fallen leader. This quest for vengeance would consume them, turning the machinery of justice into an instrument of political retribution and ensuring the wounds would never be allowed to heal. The most immediate wreckage was visited upon the men from the mountains. Overnight, Republicans became assassins in the public eye. Men like Caleb Powers, the Secretary of State, and Jim Howard, the Clay County feudist, were hunted down. Their names were transformed from political players into murderers. The lives of their families were destroyed. They faced years of imprisonment, sensational trials, and the crushing weight of being blamed for a crime that had pushed their state to the brink of anarchy. They were the first, but not the last, to be consumed by the fire Goble's death had started. Across Kentucky, the assassination carved a line of blood between neighbors. The old political divide between the Republican mountains and the Democratic bluegrass was no longer a matter of opinion. It was a feud. Friendships ended, business partnerships dissolved, and families were torn apart by allegiance. The name Goble became either a martyr's cry or a villain's curse, and there was no ground in between. The trust in government, in the law, in the very idea that a dispute could be settled peacefully, was utterly shattered. William Goble, the lifelong bachelor, had no children to mourn him, but in a way he left behind thousands of orphans, the common people he championed. Their great hero was gone, and in his place was a legacy of division and a cycle of vengeance that did nothing to ease their poverty or break the power of the railroads. The bullet that struck him down had ricocheted through the entire state, and its final victims were the very people he had sworn to protect. The law that cared for the accused killers of William Goble was not a blindfolded goddess holding a set of scales. It was a vengeful spirit, cloaked in the robes of the state and armed with a prosecutor's fury. The series of trials that followed were not a search for truth. They were the final battle of the Gotans and into a world they did not understand. Caleb Powers, the Republican Secretary of State, branded the mastermind, and James Howard, the feudist from Clay County, accused of being the man who pulled the trigger. This was the heart of the conflict, a clash of two irreconcilable worlds. You have to picture it. A man like Jim Howard, a product of the Clay County feuds where disputes were settled face-to-face with a revolver, being tried by the complex machinery of state law. The prosecution painted him as a cold-blooded assassin, a hired gun. But to men who lived by the mountain code, assassination was a coward's work. The code demanded you look your enemy in the eye. The idea of shooting a man in the back from a hidden window was not just a crime, it was a profound dishonor, a stain on a man's name worse than death itself. Howard and Powers defended themselves with a simple, rugged denial that seemed hopelessly naive against the state's intricate, politically charged conspiracy theories. The trials themselves were a spectacle of partisan rage. The new Democratic administration, led by Goebel's successor, oversaw the prosecution. Juries were packed with loyal Democrats. Testimony was coerced, witnesses were intimidated, and evidence seemed to materialize from thin air. A clerk named Henry Utsi confessed, implicating the others in a story that conveniently fit the prosecution's narrative. A confession many believed was given under duress to save his own skin. It was a legal bludgeon designed not to uncover a fact, but to secure a conviction at any cost. The community's reaction was as divided as the state itself. In the bluegrass and the cities, newspapers proclaimed that Goebel's murderers were finally facing their reckoning. They were seen as traitors, the agents of a corrupt railroad, and no punishment was too severe. But in the mountains, a different story was told. To them, Powers and Howard were not criminals. They were political prisoners, martyrs framed by the very same democratic machine that had stolen the election. They were heroes, sacrificed on the altar of Goebel's ambition. The verdicts came in again and again. Guilty. Powers and Howard were sentenced to hang, then sentenced to life in prison over the course of multiple, grueling trials. But the ink was barely dry before appeals courts, looking at the tainted evidence and partisan atmosphere, overturned the verdicts. For 8 long years, the men languished in prison while the legal war raged on. In the end, was justice served? Not even close. The trials did not deliver clarity. They only cemented the divisions. They were a legal feud, as bitter and personal as any fought with rifles in the hills of eastern Kentucky. The final judgment came not from a jury, but from a Republican governor who, years later, pardoned the last of the men still in prison. The law had failed. It had picked its villains, held its show trials, and ultimately had let the true killer of William Goebel remain a ghost. So what became of the men who stood against William Goebel? If this were a simple story, his death would have meant their victory. But in the tangled, bloody history of Kentucky, there are no clean endings. The other side of this coin is not stamped with triumph, but with its own dark. Consider William S. Taylor, the Republican who won the election only to have it stolen from him. Did he rise to power over his rival's grave? No. He became a man without a country. Implicated in the assassination plot and facing indictment by a vengeful Democratic administration, Governor Taylor was forced to flee. He escaped across the river into Indiana, a political exile, never to set foot in his home state again. He lived out the rest of his days as an insurance lawyer in Indianapolis, a man who won an election and lost everything. And what of the true antagonist, the shadow government that Goebel had dedicated his life to fighting? The L&N Railroad had seemingly won the ultimate victory. Their most dangerous and implacable enemy was gone, silenced forever. But the ghost of William Goebel proved to be a more formidable foe than the man ever was. His assassination transformed him from a ruthless politician into a populist martyr. His name became a holy word, a rallying cry for the very reforms he had championed. The movement he started didn't die with him. It was consecrated by his blood, and the fight against the railroad monopolies continued with a religious fervor for years to come. In the end, no one truly won. The men accused of the murder saw their lives shattered. The governor who defeated Goebel at the polls died in exile, and the corporation that wanted him gone created a legend that would haunt them for a generation. The other side of the coin, it turns out, was just as cursed. In the years that followed, Kentucky did not so much heal as it learned to live with a festering wound. The aftermath of the assassination was not a period of reconciliation, but one of grim consolidation. William Goebel left behind no wife or children, but he did have descendants of another kind, the political machine he built and the cause he embodied. His hand-picked successor, J.C.W. Beckham, rode a wave of public sympathy and righteous anger, establishing a Democratic dynasty that would dominate Kentucky politics for decades. The Goebel Democrats, once the insurgents, now became the establishment, their power cemented by the blood of their martyr. For the families of the accused, the legacy was a curse. Even after the eventual pardons, the names of Powers and Howard were forever stained. Their children and grandchildren grew up in the long, cold shadow of the gallows, marked as the kin of assassins. They lived under a cloud of suspicion and shame, a constant, unspoken reminder of the state's darkest hour. For them, the trials never truly ended. They simply became a life sentence of inherited infamy, a ghost they could never escape. The community of Frankfort and Kentucky as a whole rebuilt itself by choosing to forget. A great, unspoken pact of silence descended upon the state. The assassination was too traumatic, the divisions too deep, the truth too murky. To speak of it was to risk reopening the wound, to reignite the hatreds that had almost plunged the Commonwealth into civil war. So they buried it. The story became a dark whisper, a piece of forbidden history passed down in hushed tones, a communal trauma hidden beneath a blanket of polite, desperate silence. But beneath that silence, the power dynamics of the state fundamentally and irrevocably altered. The Republican Party in Kentucky was crippled, branded as the party of murderers, a stigma that would take them more than a generation to overcome. And ironically, the L&N Railroad, the great corporate beast Goebel had fought, found itself facing a far more hostile world. Goebel the man could be beaten, but Goebel the martyr was invincible. His death had galvanized the public against corporate overreach in a way his political maneuvering never could. The fall of the man had ensured the rise of his cause. If you walk the grounds of the old state capitol in Frankfurt today, you can still feel the chill of that January morning. A bronze plaque marks the very spot where William Goebel fell, a silent testament to the moment Kentucky's history was violently broken. You can look across the lawn to the old state annex building, to the third-floor window from which the fatal shot was fired, and feel a shiver crawl down your spine. The buildings are now museums, but on that patch of ground, the past is not past. It is a cold spot that never thaws. A short drive away, in the Frankfurt Cemetery, stands Goebel's final monument, one of the grandest in the state. A towering obelisk pierces the sky, with a bronze statue of the man, defiant even in death, standing guard. His grave is not a place of quiet rest. It is a political statement carved in stone, a permanent declaration of his martyrdom. It's a pilgrimage site for political junkies and history buffs, a physical reminder of the man who became more powerful in death than he ever was in life. But Goebel's ghost doesn't just haunt these physical places. It lives in the stories. His assassination became the stuff of legend, a dark and bloody folk tale told in the back rooms of the State House and around kitchen tables in the mountains. Folk singers wrote ballads about the man who fought the railroad and was shot down in the snow. His name became a cautionary tale whispered to young, ambitious politicians, a warning about the deadly consequences of pride and the refusal to compromise. The story persists more than a century later because it is a perfect, unsolved mystery. The question of who truly killed William Goebel was never answered, and so it can never die. Was it the Mountain Republicans avenging a stolen election? Was it a shadowy railroad conspiracy silencing a threat to their profits? Or was it the darkest theory of all, a dissident Democrat, tired of his tyrannical rule, who pulled the trigger knowing his enemies would take the fall? The lack of a definitive answer allows the ghost to belong to everyone, his legend shaped and reshaped to fit any political narrative. And so, the spirit of William Goebel still walks the halls of Kentucky politics. Goebel's ghost became a term for the lingering bitterness, the deep partisan hatred that can still erupt in the state. The man is gone, his bones turned to dust beneath that stone monument. But the fury, the division, and the unanswerable question of his end, that part of him is immortal. It haunts the Commonwealth, a permanent echo of a single rifle shot on a cold winter morning. So, we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing over the ghost of a man shot down in the snow. Was William Goebel a hero or a villain, a martyr or a tyrant? The hard truth, the one that a century of dust and argument has left us with, is that he was both. He was a man who saw a great evil, the unchecked power of corporations strangling the life from his state, and he chose to fight it with a fire so fierce it consumed everything, including himself and the very democratic principles he claimed to defend. In the end, this isn't just the story of a political assassination. It's a timeless Appalachian tragedy about how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound and fatal weakness. It's a chilling lesson on the poison of absolute certainty, a warning that when a man becomes so convinced he is on the side of the angels, he can't see that he's started using the devil's own tools. It is the story of a modern political machine crashing headlong into the ancient, unbending code of the mountains and the explosion that followed. The shot that killed William Goebel was an echo of 1,000 conflicts born in these hills, a brutal reminder that when you strip away the laws and the politics, some things are only settled with blood. It's a story about a war for the soul of a state, a war that left no victors, only ghosts. And that, my friends, is the ballad of William Goebel, the man who fought a war for the common people, but whose own pride was the one enemy he could never defeat. The pre-dawn light on August 12, 1967, was supposed to bring another quiet day to the backroads of McNairy County, Tennessee. But that morning, the silence wasn't broken by birdsong. It was shattered by the roar of a V8 engine and the deafening chatter of automatic weapons. A sheriff's car, torn apart by a hailstorm of bullets, swerved violently and crashed into a ditch. Inside, a giant of a man lay drowning in his own blood, his face a ruin. Beside him, his wife was gone forever. They said it was just another violent act in a lawless land. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth. This wasn't just a murder. It was the climax of a one-man war. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of legend and rumor to ask one simple question. How did a man sworn to uphold the law become the most feared beast in Tennessee? To understand the storm, you first have to understand the calm that came before it. McNairy County, Tennessee, in the early 1960s, was a land of rolling hills and quiet creeks, a place where life was supposed to move at the speed of the seasons. But on its southern edge, where Tennessee bled into Mississippi, there was a festering wound known as the state line. It was a world unto itself, a kingdom of rust bucket clubs and neon-lit sin, ruled by a brutal syndicate the locals called the Dixie Mafia. Here, the only laws that mattered were bribery and violence. It was to this world that Buford Pusser returned in 1962. He wasn't a hero or a crusader. He was just a giant of a man, 6'6", and built like a Tennessee oak tree, tired of the life he'd been leading. He'd been a Marine, and he'd wrestled professionally up in Chicago as Buford the Bull. But he was done with all that. All he wanted was to come home, to build a quiet life with his wife, Pauline, and their 2 small children. He was a family man, looking for peace. You can almost picture it. A simple house, the sound of his children's laughter in the yard, the comfort of Pauline's presence. This was the dream he had traded the roar of the wrestling crowd for. A life measured not in knockouts, but in sunrises over the Tennessee hills. He wasn't looking for trouble. He believed, or maybe just hoped, that if he left the darkness on the state line alone, it would leave him alone too. But that kind of darkness doesn't stay put. It seeps into everything. The Dixie Mafia wasn't just a collection of criminals, it was an occupying army. Their illegal casinos, brothels, and moonshine operations were an open secret, protected by a wall of fear and bought-off badges. They were a cancer, and decent folk knew you didn't poke a cancer. You just prayed it didn't spread to your house. Buford's own father, Carl Pusser, was the police chief in the small town of Adamsville. He was a man who wore a badge but knew its limitations. He'd watched the state line mob operate for years, a weary, powerless spectator to their reign. He warned his son, his words heavy with the wisdom of a man who knows what monsters lurk in the shadows. "Don't go down there, son," he'd say. "Those people are snakes. They'll kill you and not even blink an eye." Buford had come home seeking a sanctuary, but he had unknowingly planted his family's flag on the doorstep of a war zone. The quiet life he craved was an illusion, and it was only a matter of time before the illusion shattered. Peace, as it turns out, was a fragile thing, and it was shattered not by some grand crusade, but by a simple, grubby act of theft. One night, Buford and a friend made the mistake of stepping into the Lucky Spot, one of the notorious clubs on the state line. It was a place that smelled of stale beer and desperation, a spider's web disguised with cheap lights. Like so many men before him, Buford found himself in a card game that was less about luck and more about predatory skill. He was cheated, plain and simple. Now, a man like Buford Pusser, a man who had wrestled bulls and served his country, was not the kind to let that stand. He didn't shout, he didn't draw a gun. He just stood up to his full, towering height and demanded his money back. It was a matter of pride. And in that den of vipers, pride was a fatal flaw. They didn't argue, they overwhelmed him. It was a flurry of fists and boots, the cold, sharp bite of a knife, and then nothing. They beat him, cut him, and left him for dead in a roadside ditch like a piece of trash. But Buford Pusser didn't die. He was found somehow and hauled to a hospital, a broken and stitched-together wreck of a man. And it was there, lying in that sterile white room, staring at the ceiling and feeling the fire of 100 different pains, that the decision was made. The quiet family man was buried in that ditch, along with his blood. Something else was clawing its way out. He knew the local law was bought and paid for. Complaining to them would be like complaining to the wolves that they'd eaten your sheep. No, this was personal. This was a debt that would be paid. This was the point of no return. In 1964, to the absolute shock of the corrupt establishment, the man they had left for dead put his name on the ballot for sheriff of McNairy County. He was only 26 years old, a political nobody. His campaign was brutally simple, a 4-word promise that was also a direct threat. "I will clean this county." It was a spark in a warehouse full of dry timber. The people who had lived in the shadow of the state line mob for a generation were tired of the fear, tired of the corruption. They saw in this giant of a man not a politician, but a reflection of their own silent rage. And so they did the unthinkable. They elected him. The war had been declared. The state line mob had had enough. The bribes hadn't worked. The threats had been ignored. The stray bullets and hidden bombs had all failed. Sheriff Buford Pusser was not a problem they could manage. He was a force of nature they had to destroy. And so they set a trap, simple and brutal, baiting it with a lie. The call came in before dawn on August the 12th, 1967. A report of a disturbance, a routine call-out on a lonely stretch of road. Buford grabbed his keys, but this time he wasn't going alone. His wife, Pauline, had a bad feeling. She always worried, and that morning her worry was a physical thing. She insisted on going with him. It was a habit born of love, a small act of solidarity that would place her directly in the path of the hurricane. They drove through the quiet, misty Tennessee morning, the conversation likely turning to their kids, to the simple plans of a day that would never come. And then, in the rearview mirror, a black Cadillac moving too fast, closing the distance with predatory intent. It pulled alongside them. For a heartbeat, there was just the hum of 2 engines racing down an empty road. Then the world came apart. The morning calm was ripped to shreds by a sound that didn't belong there, a mechanical, stuttering thunder that echoed off the pines. This wasn't a pistol shot. This was a declaration of total war. The sheriff's car, a heavy fortress of American steel, became as fragile as glass. The windows didn't break, they vaporized into a million glittering fragments. The metal body was punched through again and again, perforated by a force that tore through it like wet paper. Buford felt a sudden, violent impact from the seat beside him. The sound of Pauline's voice was just gone. A final sharp silence replaced it, a silence more deafening and more terrible than all the gunfire in the world. Then, an explosion of white-hot agony erupted in his own face. It wasn't a sharp pain, it was a demolition. He tasted copper and shattered bone. The world tilted, spun into a blur of green and brown, and then went dark as the car, no longer under any command, swerved off the road and crashed into an embankment. Silence returned, thick and heavy, smelling of gunpowder, gasoline, and blood. When Buford Pusser regained consciousness, it was to a world of pure horror. He was pinned behind the steering wheel, his own jaw a hanging ruin. He could see his own reflection in a shard of the mirror, a monster's face staring back. But that wasn't the worst of it. He turned and saw his wife. She was slumped against the door, eerily still. The woman who had been the calm center of his chaotic life, the reason for his impossible fight, was gone. In that moment, lying in the wreckage, something inside him broke forever. And something else, something far harder and colder, was forged in its place. He wasn't thinking about survival. He was thinking about a testament. His hand, slick and shaking, fumbled for the radio microphone. He keyed it, and a sound that was barely human, a rasping, gurgling whisper, broke the police frequency. He named the names. He gave them his killers. He was sure it was his dying breath, and he used it not to ask for help, but to sign a death warrant. The first deputies to arrive at the scene found a slaughterhouse. The car was a metal sieve, the air thick with the coppery smell of blood. They found Pauline Pusser, gone from the world. And then they found the sheriff, a grotesque sculpture of flesh and bone, somehow, impossibly, still breathing. His rasped words over the radio hadn't been a ghost's farewell. They were the first shots of a new war. The ambush had failed in its ultimate goal. It hadn't killed Buford Pusser. It had made him immortal. What followed was a medical odyssey. Buford was rushed from hospital to hospital, a puzzle of a man that surgeons had to piece back together. It wasn't one operation or two or even 10. It took 18 separate surgeries to rebuild his face. His jaw was wired shut, his features held together by steel pins and medical ingenuity. For months, he lived in a world of muffled sounds and liquid food, his grief a silent, suffocating companion. The physical pain was immense, but it was nothing compared to the gaping wound left by Pauline's absence. The man who eventually walked out of that hospital was not the same man who had been carried in. The warmth in his eyes had been replaced by a cold, hard focus. The grief hadn't broken him. It had tempered him, like steel plunged into ice water. He was still the sheriff, he still wore the badge, but everyone in McNairy County understood that his mission was no longer about law and order. It was about retribution. The man they had called Buford the Bull was gone. In his place stood the Beast, and now the Beast was avenging his mate. News of the ambush swept through Appalachia like a firestorm. The brazen attack on an elected lawman and the murder of his wife was a line crossed even for the Dixie Mafia. It was an act of pure arrogance, a message that no one was safe. A massive manhunt was launched, fueled by Buford's dying accusations. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation got involved, and rewards were offered. The state-line mob, for the first time, felt the heat of real, statewide scrutiny. They had poked the bear one too many times, and now the entire forest was coming for them. But the official investigation was just the public face of the hunt. The real story was being whispered in hushed tones in every diner and on every front porch in the county. People knew the system was slow, that lawyers could twist the truth. They also knew Buford Pusser. They knew his capacity for singular, relentless focus. The members of the state line mob knew it too. They had created a martyr, a widower with nothing left to lose. And as Sheriff Pusser pinned his badge back on his chest, his newly constructed face a grim mask, every soul in that lawless strip of land knew that the official manhunt was secondary. The real judgment was coming, and it wouldn't be delivered in a courtroom. Eventually, the wheels of state justice turned, and one of the men Buford Pusser had named from his pool of blood, a vicious enforcer named Carl Towhead White, was brought to trial. The McNairy County Courthouse had never seen anything like it. It wasn't a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle, a powder keg with a short fuse. The room was packed with armed deputies and wary onlookers, the air so thick with tension you could taste the fear. At the center of it all, a silent, imposing figure sat in the gallery. It was Buford, his face a permanent, ragged roadmap of the violence he'd endured, his eyes fixed on the man in the defendant's chair. Towhead White, for his part, seemed to enjoy the attention. Flanked by expensive lawyers from out of state, he was the picture of defiance. He didn't show a hint of remorse. Instead, he wore a smirk, a look of smug confidence that told the whole world he believed he was untouchable. He was a creature of the state line, and he trusted in the power of money and intimidation to bend the law to his will, just as it had always done before. The prosecution put up its best fight, with Sheriff Pusser as its star witness. He took the stand, his rebuilt jaw making every word a deliberate effort, and he told his story. He pointed his finger at Towhead White and named him as one of the architects of the ambush that killed his wife. It was powerful, raw testimony. But the defense lawyers were slick and merciless. They twisted his words, painting him not as a victim, but as a violent, out-of-control lawman on a personal vendetta, a man so consumed by rage he would blame anyone. Without a murder weapon, without other witnesses willing to talk, the case began to fray. It was his word, his pain, against a wall of silence. Then came the verdict. The foreman of the jury, a man who refused to make eye contact with anyone in the room, read the words that would echo through the Tennessee hills for decades to come. Not guilty. A wave of disbelief and anger washed over the crowd. Towhead White's smirk broadened into a triumphant grin. He had beaten the system. He was a free man. But as the deputies escorted him from the courtroom, past the jeering crowds, Buford Pusser simply stood up. He didn't shout. He didn't make a threat. He just watched White walk away, his expression unreadable, a chilling calm that was far more terrifying than any outburst of rage. The law of men had spoken, and it had failed. The gavel had fallen. The case was closed. But everyone in that courthouse knew this was not the end. It was merely the end of the part of the story that would be written down in official records. Now, a different kind of justice was about to be served. The unwritten, unforgiving justice of the mountains. The verdict of not guilty was just a legal footnote. In the hollows and back roads of McNairy County, a different kind of verdict was being delivered. One by one, the specters from Buford Pusser's past began to disappear. Carl Towhead White, the man who smirked his way out of the courtroom, was found shot to death in a motel in Mississippi less than 2 years later. Kenny Kirksey, another suspect, was gunned down. Louise Hathcock, the defiant madam of the state line, died in a fiery crash when her car inexplicably flew off a bridge. Law enforcement called it mob business and tragic accidents. But the people of McNairy County called it Pusser's justice. No one could prove his hand in any of it, but in their hearts, they didn't need to. The beast, they whispered, was balancing the scales. This raw, brutal story couldn't be contained by the Tennessee state line. It broke free and became an American phenomenon. In 1973, the movie Walking Tall hit theaters, turning Buford Pusser from a local legend into a national folk hero. He was no longer just a small-town sheriff. He was the living embodiment of every decent person's rage against a system that seemed broken and corrupt. He was the man who fought back when everyone else was told to just keep their heads down. The traces of that war are not gone. They're still there, waiting for you in Adamsville, Tennessee. You can visit the Buford Pusser home and museum, the house he shared with Pauline, and see the life they were trying to build. You can stand in stunned silence before the actual car he was ambushed in, a mangled relic riddled with the bullet holes that changed his life forever. A few miles down the road, a granite monument stands on the quiet shoulder of the highway, marking the exact spot where Pauline died, a permanent scar on the landscape. For years, his daughter Dwana was the keeper of the flame, a tireless guardian of her father's legacy, ensuring that the world remembered the husband and father, not just the unstoppable force of vengeance. These aren't just historical artifacts. They are tangible pieces of a man's soul, physical proof of the price he paid. The newspapers have moved on, and most of the world has forgotten. But the mountains remember. The story of Buford Pusser is woven into the fabric of that place, a ghost that still walks tall along those dark country roads. Just at the very beginning, how did a man sworn to uphold the law become the most feared beast in Tennessee? The answer, my friends, is that he didn't become a beast. The beast was always there, sleeping inside a good man. It was woken up by a world that refused to play by any rules but its own. When the law proved to be a shield for the wicked and a lie to the innocent, Buford Pusser reached for an older, harsher code. He became the monster the monsters were afraid of, because they had left him no other choice. The story of Buford Pusser is more than just a tale of revenge. It's a brutal lesson, carved in scar tissue and written in blood, about what happens when good people are pushed too far. It is the quintessential Appalachian saga, a story of fierce independence, a deep distrust of corrupt authority, and the belief that sometimes justice isn't found in a law book, but at the end of a hickory stick. He endured unimaginable loss, but he never, ever backed down. He proved that one man, filled with enough righteous fury, could indeed stand against an army and make it blink. And in the end, maybe that's why his final chapter remains so unsettling. He survived the ambushes, the bullets, and the bombs, only to die in a single fiery crash on a lonely road, just a stone's throw from where he'd lost Pauline. The official report called it an accident, but in the hills of McNairy County, they know better. They believe the darkness he fought so hard finally found a way to snuff out his light with one last cowardly act. His death became the final, chilling piece of his legend, a mystery that will never be solved. He wasn't a perfect hero. He was a flawed and furious man who walked into hell and decided to kick the door down.